I need.
The AUHF is a membership body of organizations from all across Africa working tirelessly in their own organizations towards the mission of providing better affordable housing and better access to finance across the country. We have a signature event because I think it's important to speak about what is the AUHF and maybe kind of put in a little plug for those of you who are interested. You know, before I started, when I first came to Namibia to build affordable housing, we had people from the ministry, people who were builders, people who were banks, and these were the local stakeholders who inspired us and helped us to think about affordable housing. There's something a little bit bigger. There is the African Union for Housing Finance, which is secretariat is sitting to my right and to my left. You have Keisha Russ, CAP, which is the Center for Affordable Housing Finance, and also Tandiwe. And when I first got here, I started reading on the internet what people were doing in affordable housing across the country. That is if you Google anything about affordable housing in Africa, you will find CAP's website. You will find a ton of research. You will find a lot of talk and engagement about what is happening around the country, and a ton of inspiration to say, how can we do it better where we are? And that is what the AUHF is. It's a membership body that comes together. If you're a developer, if you're a landowner, if you're a ministry, if you're a bank, if you're a financier, if you're a contractor, you have the ability. There's different membership bodies. You can actually inquire with Tandiwe today how to join the AUHF and become part of a continent-wide conversation that allows you to make an impact and be part of the agenda of the continent. I think that's as brief as a remark as I wanted to make to introduce and to say what is the AUHF. Before I go any further, as I've learned in my time in conferences, protocol as well, I want to give a welcome to all of you who are here and some of you who are listening. I'd like to start with Daniel Nkinua, Executive Director for the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development, someone I've known for many years. I used to knock on the door to ask questions, how am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to do that? And we're grateful by your presence. We've got Aupa Munyan. I'm trying to read Lucy's handwriting. Who's the Group CEO for Lechego, also grateful by your presence and the sponsorship that you put together to just be able to come into a room like this. And also very exciting, part of this conversation is Lechego is getting into affordable housing finance in Namibia, and in style, we hope. You also have Esther Kali, who's not only Lechego's CEO in Namibia, but you've seen her in the news. Recently, I also seen a lot of the effort you put for women in business, but also in the finance sector. Whole month, just for women, but for anyone looking into the finance sector around. Thank you for being here. And beside you, to my left, your right, who's a board member as well, who's joined us. Lucy Kiai, who's sitting there. This is really interesting. We were in Rwanda at the African Union for Housing Finance annual conference last year. And I think Samuel had just spoken, introduce him now. And Lucy came up and says, hi, I'm from Lechego. Have you heard of it? She says, yes, we've heard of you. Namibia. And Lechego had just joined now as a member of the African Union for Housing Finance, but also Lucy had this vision of coming together, creating conversation joining with other stakeholders to actually make an impact and drive agenda. So this, despite many people working on it to happen today, this is Lucy's ability to raise her hand and speak up and say, let's do something together, let's come together and make things happen. So thank you very much. I think you've flown in from Kenya. So maybe the farthest, I don't know places. And then, yeah, and then we've got James and Jaco also, who are the head of credit, head of sales from the Chego. You've got Victor, I know you're standing, so he definitely, you can see him anywhere. Victor is the director of Habitat and Housing at the ministry, also someone I've known for many years, who drives the agenda, who works very closely with all the stakeholders. So, and then we have Moses Machari, the CEO of Chivarongo, but also represents Alao. I think it's very important to know that housing doesn't happen because there's builders and financiers, but there's also local authorities and federal government. From my team, just putting in a plug, I think you must have heard of him or met him, Samuel, who is also my brother, but has made also sure that this conference is happening today, and who runs along with Gabriela, who's an architect at Demo Developments. And if you want to hear stories about not just how to build housing, but where they build housing, all the way from Kahenge to Oshipo to Ucho to now Kietmans, really in places where you wouldn't really think normally, let's go build 20 houses, 30 houses, and projects get executed. There's a lot, many more of you in the room, and I hope through engagement, we get to introduce ourselves. I know we have people from Rivera, people from the city of Pintos, like really just an opportunity to share what you are doing, to question, to find links with each other. And if at worst, you don't walk out of here with millions of dollars of transactions that will get executed, at least you walk out with relationships that will inspire to do them yourself. So with that, I'd like to invite Esther, who's going to introduce her senior, her group CEO, who obviously has much more background about her organization, and I think it's important from a plug perspective. Thanks very much.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. It's so difficult to do very much. I just have to do it. Over as we call him, Onyasi, Group Chief Executive. He was appointed on the 16th of June, 2022. Prior to that, he served as an interim GC since the 4th of May. Opa is very passionate about digitalization, and I'm sure today he will be talking about digitalization. He has led in charge of digitalization and system operation for the last 2 years as the group chief operating officer. He's very proficient in technology, diverse and African sector experience, as well as a passionate to make a difference. You know, the example is all about improving lives. And I know when we come here today, he will lead you that what we are going to do to improve life. His dynamic and personal leadership style, and he's passionate to make the people or to improve lives. I'm sure will make him an expert to talk today about what Let's Go is going to do about. So to round it all off, he's an experienced African regional banker. He was the EBSA group CEO, if I'm not mistaken. He worked for Barclays, London. He worked for all over. And I can tell you, I can't, if I have to mention it all, I won't finish. So he also demonstrated technology and digital savvy expertise. So with this passion to make a difference, that by other words improving the lives, that's the reason why I will give you the tip that is an expert to come and talk to you today. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome my boss, Opa.
Morning. Thank you, Dr. Esther. You've just made me nervous. I was okay all along until you introduced. I think you've set very high expectations. And just to manage expectations, you know, I'm just a young man born in the Kalahari Desert, just east of Namibia, in a small dusty place called Botswana. Yes, I've done a little bit of bean counting across the continent and a little bit across the ponds. But really, you know, delighted that I'm here this morning. I wasn't planning to come to standardization, but since I'll perhaps just, you know, speak a little bit about it. But to start off, I want to recognize and acknowledge the public sector dignitaries. I think David did a good job in that. I also want to recognize the municipalities that are here. You know, we've seen Moses, we've seen the representatives from here present, which is indeed an honor, privilege. The board of African Union for Housing Finance, thank you for organizing this, and we are delighted to partner. Members of the media who are here present, thank you for gracing this occasion and amplifying the voices that will come out today. Member of the board of Letseho, Zai, thank you. My esteemed colleagues at Letseho, I thank you for being here this morning. And the partners that are going to be panelists and starting this conversation, I'd like to thank you and welcome you. So I hope all protocols have been observed. I did want to read out names, but I also ran the risk of getting someone in trouble. So please pardon me for that if I missed all protocols. I am especially delighted to be in Namibia because at a personal level, I came in with a very personal and ulterior motive of doing a benchmark exercise to go back because there are a lot of people waiting for me to post and verdict on which steak is the best. Is it the Botswana steak or the Namibia steak? So that is really one of the key elements. But I can tell you, haven't tasted a fantastic steak yesterday night. I left conflicted that actually I think Namibia might really just have a fantastic story with that beef. So, but with that, I had scribbled a few notes here, but perhaps let me just go through the notes if you allow me to. Sorry, Esther, if let me start by talking about Dr. Esther a little bit, our local group CEO at Letseho, because I think she embodies what Letseho said. Esther leads our Letseho franchise here, but as has been said, she's phenomenal beyond just Letseho. Her passion for seeking ways to improve the lives and communities in Namibia is unmatched. The conversations we usually have do not start with how much profits are we going to make. They usually start with what impact can we make in Namibia. And for me, that's very powerful because in understanding that, you understand what Letseho is. Our sole purpose at Letseho is to improve lives in the communities and in the markets that we operate. And we need it. In actual fact, it is a key reason why I joined Letseho. So to have someone like Letseho, like Esther in Letseho or Namibia, is a privilege. These are colleagues that inspire me every day to wake up, even when times are tough. I know that if I don't wake up and pitch up, I will be letting down Esther and her team. So Esther, thank you for even inviting me to come here and spend this morning with you on this very auspicious occasion. So thank you. Letseho started 24 years ago in Gaborone, Botswana, as a single product micro lending business. And it has now grown into 11 markets across the African continent. And it has moved from being a single product organization to looking at a plethora of solutions, from affordable housing today that we are exploring, to savings and investments, payments, even non-financial things like lifestyle and wellness, where we target segments, especially segments that are typically not attended to provide these services. So for us, it's not about products, it's not about the license we have, it's about seeking opportunity to continuously make a positive impact in the communities to truly improve lives. And that is how we've grown. So in our strategy, we call it our product diversification strategy, but truly it is seeking opportunities to improve lives through interventions, financial or non-financial. That's really what it is. It is a real human endeavor on our part. But we also understand that traditionally, our business model has been a model that has been pricey. So there is a very deliberate effort on our side to seek ways to make things affordable, not just housing, but any financial interaction that we have with customers has to be created value and it has to be affordable. So we looked at digitalization, and digitalization for us is not just about a channel. It is about a philosophy of what we do and how we do it. From processing, from engaging with customers, from engaging internally, and from managing risk proactively. It is end-to-end. And we found already that taking this digitalization philosophy as a linchpin of our strategy allows us to translate the benefits to our customers. Over the past, say, 18 to 20 years, Letero was given loans to about 500,000 customers across Africa. Just in less than 12 months, we've managed to just touch lives of over 1.2 million customers across the African continent as a result of the new digital platforms that we've created. The Let's Go digital. So traditionally, we could only touch that, but with this new capability, we've touched the lives of 1.2 million customers in our first year of deploying this capability. We believe that we will be touching lives of multiple millions of Africans in the next 12 months. So digital for us gives us access. It gives us the ability to reach places where traditionally our direct sales agents and our relationship officers cannot reach at a fraction of the cost. You are able to, through a digital platform, go into the platform, select the place where you want to build or renovate your house, go into an ecosystem of people associated with affordable housing contractors, architects, look at house plans, and start the journey in a digital realm. Our ambition is to have this done end-to-end across all our 11 markets without having to queue at municipalities, having to queue at architectural offices, or the other stakeholders within the built industry. So I say this as a demonstration of digitalization because I don't want to be abstract in talking about digitalization, to talk about cloud and what we're doing. That is just, these are just emerging technologies. But the real thing about this is how do we leverage emerging technologies to bring real human intervention to improve lives? Because just talking about emerging technologies in an abstract manner and putting it in a strategy and going there for media, doesn't really make a difference. It only starts to make a difference if it changes the lives of people. And to give you an example, we've managed to connect so many medical doctors, practitioners, with over 50,000 customers, where they would actually have to travel for hundreds of kilometers to queue at a clinic. But now with the technology of telemedicine and teleconsulting, we're able to connect. For us, those are the important things that we do. It is really not about that unsecured lending or that PVC. Those are secondary things, of course. My shareholders, but they have to understand that it's actually about doing good and making an impact that makes a sustainable business. It is not about making money and then going to donate the money and actually having a feel-good effect. We have to flip the pyramid in this regard. So today, I'm delighted, especially because I grew up in rural Botswana, where commercial banks don't finance in peri-urban or rural areas, primarily because the land is not rateable, and the words that we used to use in the commercial bank is that there's no secondary market for it, and therefore, even pegging the LTVs doesn't make sense. It's a loan to value and all. But we at Mitsoko believe that we have to be pioneers of something that is unique, which is we will take that leap of faith to go to these areas in rural Africa and provide affordable housing. And for us, affordable housing isn't just about the structure that you end up with at an affordable price point. It is about the footprint that you leave in delivering that house and the footprint that you have post that house. What do I mean by that? How many lives do you touch in the process of delivering one house? How many jobs do you create? How many entrepreneurs do you empower in that locality for you to be eventually deliver that affordable house? Post that, how sustainable is the house? I.e., are we able to make it green so that truly, even post building that house, the cost of running that house is truly affordable? Because you will deliver something that's affordable, but if maintaining it is not affordable, then you're starting to erode the title of affordability. So we are keen that we deliver something that is not just affordable from its length, but even from running and maintaining. These are the things that, as we engage today with various stakeholders and solutions, well, we need to look at it as a continuum and not just a destination. Let's move on. What is the impact this will not have to the dwellers, to the environment that we build in? The scale of what we're doing needs to take into consideration the environmental impact of the things that we do. We are very passionate and very cautious about the impact we have in the environments that we do. Where we build, are we disrupting the ecosystem? Are we enhancing it? The type of material we use, is it sustainable? It's so important. I look at my parents and my aunties who work for government. And by the time they retire, when they go to the rural areas, because for some reason, in the traditional African context, when you retire, you want to go to the home village. I don't know whether that happens in Namibia. But by the time you go to the home village, they don't have decent accommodation because of the structural issues we have that actually bars affordable housing to go to these parts of Africa. It's a fundamental thing that impedes the dignity that we hope and wish that affordable housing will bring back. This solution of affordable housing has to give dignity and hope to the communities that we're talking about, in this context, Namibia. So imagine someone retiring or going there and knowing that, you know what, I am dignified. I'm not living in what they call informal settlements. Because I'm told that around, on average, over 50% of Africans live in what we call informal settlements. By population density. And we can look at it and point fingers and say, maybe it's town planning, that's why people are saying, maybe it's a collective effort for us to solve it. It's actually an opportunity for us to solve it. That's how I look at it. I don't look at it in the negative, I look at it from an opportunity point of view. If you look at what we call middle income economies, especially in the West, the mortgage to GDP ratio of those markets are well above 30%. The mortgage to GDP ratios, and Kesia and Tandiwe will probably correct me here because they live these statistics. In Africa, on average, is less than 10%. With South Africa and Cape Verde, only the ones above 10% sitting at 23% and the other one sitting at 21%. That's a very, very important indicator of wealth distribution in the economy. However, we know that at Lesotho, most of what we call unsecured lending goes to home improvement and building houses in the rural areas. But people are using the wrong solution to build the right product. And they if you take an unsecured lending with a high interest rate to build somewhere, it just doesn't make sense. You end up lending a house at 2 times, 3 times the cost that you would have actually lended it if you had the right solution for it. And that's the outcomes that we want to see today. So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed friends and colleagues, I'm sure I must have forgotten something that the team would have wanted me to say. I will apologize in advance if I missed it. But I thought I'd speak to the real essence of what's sitting in the bottom of my heart. I am looking forward to the conversations and outcomes today. I want to assure you of the support of the table, not just in Namibia, but across our footprint. It is something that we are passionate about, and we will walk the journey with all the stakeholders to make it happen. Thank you so much, and have a productive day.
Oh, thanks very much. Side of the state, thanks for those remarks. Just from an agenda perspective, we started a bit late and we're pushing. I want to invite 2 more people to speak, and we're going to have a quick coffee break. Recognize coffee with an. So if you bear through these, that are still there, just to give us some context as to how and why we're here today. Then jump up to coffee, and then we'll have a few panels and sessions. And the idea for today is really a seminar. It's not a big stage and big audio equipment. It's really the opportunity. There's enough of us in the room where have a conversation. Make sure that when you do, you introduce yourself. You get one opportunity to kind of show up, and important that you show up. Tell us who you are, why you're here, and then jump into the conversation. So with that, I'd like to invite our Executive Director, Mr. Daniel, to come up and give us some remarks.
Thank you, David. I start by the protocol. I come from that space where, it's supposed to start with at least people to recognize. But yeah, David, thank you for having me, for giving me the floor. I know when I was listening to exactly, I had a saying, I was thinking, don't want to head down to go and talk to these people. I decided, let's just go and just have a conversation. And exactly what you did was brilliant. I don't think there's anything, sorry, the doctor, to say that he would have left out his character, everything okay, with brilliant. So, and when you're talking, I just saw a reflection of myself and what I and my team and the government is with. And there's one thing, I'm sure most of us have seen a movie by Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman. Yeah? Bucket List. One of the movies, I was traveling with the president of our country. At the time, he was Prime Minister for trade and industry. We went to Dubai and flying all that Namibia just to get to Sao Paulo for another engagement. And I read all the books, I read all the documents of what the way this kind of company. So I came across this morning and it just fascinated me. And you know what, it just a lot of people are saying. It's about 2 people from different backgrounds. one rich who owns the hospital, where the two met. And they were brought to that hospital by one common thing, which is illness. They all had cancer. And they decided, how can we do our purpose in these last days while we're still alive? It's fantastic. I want to take away from that. To say, that when we cross over, okay, when that day comes, I know I'm not saying that by any time soon, any one of us will pass on. But yeah, I mean, we'll survive. No, we have survived the COVID and all that. And we are very resilient. I think when the time comes, apparently there are two questions that each one will be asked. And you're supposed to answer those questions affirmatively. Both of them. The first one is, when you are alive, when you happy? The second one, when you are alive, did you make other people happy? And I saw that coming out of your statement. And that's really the reason why we are all here. From different backgrounds that we are brought together by a common vision, a common objective, and we desire to make a change, not necessarily for ourselves. Yes, you need to make money to survive. But I think you have a higher calling, all of us. Have a higher calling. What is that purpose? To make a difference in the lives of others, especially the weakest of our society. I think somebody, I don't know whether it's God who said, a society is judged by how well it takes care of the weak and the vulnerable. We have a responsibility, and we need to balance. The issue of housing, as you said, what you it's a collective. Okay? Social issue is an economic issue, it's a financial issue, it's a political issue. When we talk about development in our country, as in the national development plans and the prosperity plan, our national development framework, we have always continued to set and reflect housing and access to affordable land and housing as one of the top, among the top priorities. Because land is not going to be fun. It's something that dignifies people. It's an element of the human face to quality development. And it's a collective responsibility. So when I look across this room, and for change, some of them, I'm happy that it's not as the government who is calling a seminar or workshop to talk about housing in the country. We want to realize it's the guys of that. Together. So I really want us to give them a round of applause for. And I'm getting there. Dr. Kelly, I was saving the best for last. So really, we want to thank the for housing and finance, and then the of course, and then people. I met David the first time, not only at the 2016 National Investment Conference in Namibia, but we met in front of him. And they are really pioneers. You talk about pioneers. They are not really pioneers. We continue to talk about equity, talk about informal settlements, and then we talk about housing. And we still start to go houses. A very busy task. We have been able to also having to see the structural acceleration is also been, we've also been working with them, deciding to change housing out of urban areas to go to rural areas. Why not? The market is. And really the question is, we want to hear from you this time around. We'll be taking a vaccine. My director for housing and habitat there, his deputy for housing is also here, and my other team is here. But we'll be taking the vaccine. We want the private sector and they want to take the lead. That's our part of this issue. It's the question of data. We talk about this problem, and everybody seems to acknowledge that there's a problem. But how well do we understand that problem? We understand the same. I'm very closely associated with with the economic last year, because I said what the one of that I'm sure an African company in housing. So they are one of our source partners. So we provide a lot of work. Still serving on that board. I used to be the chairman for 2 years. So
I'm a member of AU.
so the information is there. Information is there. It's mentally and worldwide. All these issues that we're talking about. Well, we would love to see the local authorities are here. We have entrusted the administration of land to them. But the land seems to be available. Okay? The money we are told money is available. Okay, the market we told is there. The backlog is more than 300,000. We also have unpacked that together with some chambers and the SHC. Out of that, about 62% of that is in the ultra and the low income groups. Where is the missing link? Prime Minister continues to receive applications for disposal of land. And I recommend them because it is a good cost. Set that land to not develop. I saw August is here, very good initiative. And the others are in the room. So the land is available. The capacity to develop is there. Capacity to finance is there. Market is there. We are now reviewing our housing policy. How it was done some years back. After the 9, after your time, changes, talk of alternative building technologies. I think we are also one of the few. The houses that we build use panels or something. Yeah. Different from the modern tool. Some of us, if you go to a wall that you can make that composite, everybody thinks that is a substandard. In the other countries where most of us travel, houses, even state house families and residences built out of. Oh no, what needs to be done? So in conclusion, really, I just to say that I'm very delighted with you here. And really want my ways. Let's make a change. Let's not, we have had this kind of speaking to the director, what you said about the Namibia State. Also say that I think they have been struggling with adaptations to organize something like this. And that is just to say what the care for Namibia and the partners and the African Union that bring us together at base is commendable. We need to have this now possible time to say about the level. But part of the devil, goes in between there. The political landscape, all over the world, not in the media, comes out of the box solutions. People are now making based on how they see policies, affordable housing. We have the same understanding of affordable needs. One from my brother and I, everybody else I see in the room, house for 2 million and above, it's affordable. But we also need to accommodate everyone, right? So in our approach to the delivery of land and housing, we look at Namibian society. But we also try to prioritize who needs our support as a government the most. And for others, we create opportunities. So when you service in the land, you would go for say 5 million. To make sure that while you plan within that 5 million, there's space for affordable housing to the ultra and the low income, maybe of 2 million. And then the other 3 million then will be for those who will go to the bank, who will go to the convenience and the bank and get a mortgage until you get your house. So everybody is happy. We need to be more accommodating, very inclusive. So really, thank you very much. I want to pledge our partnership in this endeavor. As always, everybody well, as I said, we are starting with the review of our existing policies. We are also coming up together with the UN partners, to look at to come up with a deliberate strategy on informal settlement with our people. And that's where, in addition to taking housing to we establish one area where we need to very productive and interactive session.
Thanks very much. I'm glad there's no minister because I wanted to say that it's not often we get to hear an EP speak. You know, the EP of ministry works day to day, but also leads and gets the work done. And all thanks to ministers because they do a big job. It's part of it perspective. Come go. And I know Daniel has been in the ministry for quite a while, at least the time I've been in it. I think you have a lot of perspective and it shows in the spirit of the efforts and the just one last chat we're going to hear from before we have some questions. I want to invite the CEO of Chicago, also is here representing local authorities. And I think that's an important context to hear about. When we speak about digitalization of rural areas, there's a very gray point on what is rural. So rural is 25 minutes out of winter, but there's still metro stations. Some people think it's hard to get to no access, no land service, no access points. Both of them could be considered. I think it's an interesting for the rest of the country, not just winter, but at least for us. Thank you, David. Good morning. Very good to see you alive. Thank you very much, and I should be able to stand in front of you. And definitely for inviting us to share this project. It's so difficult to work through that's something that I think leaders within the sectors are going to separate. But we need to get a perspective that is quite important in understanding of our ecosystem. And really good. I was at that point. Emphasis on something different. I've been following Kitty. Something that she speaks about. How do you enter into the concept? Some people know that you enter the concept. There's some reason core issue financing opportunity crisis. I say it's a crisis to all know the data and perspectives of what is actually going on. That is so that I'm following EDA before what you're saying. I felt that we are aligning ourselves to something that we have been doing more
we've not necessarily ignored, but we've been oblivious. And that is the informal sector and how it has grown thus far. Statistics tells us for the world that by 2045 or 2050, the world population will be heavy. And that we cannot run away from. Most of the countries globally are moving to an urbanized setting because of the change in lifestyle, because of the quality of life, because of the benefit that from the systematic growth. Get down, cascade it down to the very by the start of independence. About 28% of the Namibian population lived in informal and rural areas. Fast forward to 2020, 50% of the Namibia's population has actually gone to urban. Now more urban, we are more urban. And that already tells you, go back again, out of 2.5 million, 600,000 people in Namibia, informal sector. What does that mean to us today? How we can be able to change? And I think these are the perspectives we need to and see how caught me the most as your movement into housing. But there is an opportunity. I want to give some perspective as well on that. Now, how do we get to this? I was reading an article as well by he is CEO of NWR. He was speaking on the support of the economy and how the country is actually grown. And his perspective says, look, the private sector has been literally absent from the development agenda of the year. It's been driven by government to a greater extent. And there has not been an approach that the private sector has into planning. I want to specifically financing institutions in the housing perspective. We see a lot of aspects related to how banks, publishers, good results. I was reading one of them yesterday from mentioned villages. How do we get into the sectors that challenge our risk matrix? How creative can we be in finding a niche opportunity, which is how we without create that space. Go through the roofs, they'll definitely find out because everywhere that's. You go through any other window, you definitely the window has been closed. But we need to enter through the front door in a different approach that will enable us to understand what is the niche. Which is how do we understand the consumer need? One of the case studies I have and we've shared across the country on government intervention was one that was of mass land service the government has after seeing the prices of the petrol. The biggest challenge is your infrastructure development. Your top structure is not one of the biggest. All is fine. But then what happens is most private sector investors wouldn't really want to go into land servicing as a first stage, but they would rather go for mortgage finance. After everybody has done the groundwork, we definitely coming to you and your house. Urban service. But how much do we change and flip that, like we said? How do we flip that? 360 degree, so that it can provide opportunity and make an impact into things that we are saying are unconventional or conventional ways of building. Service plan would be set up, complaints, would be rates, not complaints, something like what have we observed over the years? You and me work in an urban setting, but in a village where we are, we have got very good building constructions, very good houses. Modern, we've taken the modern house in the urban setup, and we build it in the village to relate to the lifestyle that we still live in. But there's no bank that goes with it. I did it in my own finance. But if we can get to that niche, probably that would be a different ball game, I believe, when I listen to let's say why some the change in business system is something that must actually be. The aspect of risk assessment is what we've done, for example, with government came in, said we need land, so we'll finance it, we'll serve it. However, we are going to dictate the price of a house to be built. You're not going to build a house beyond 4,300 price per square meter, because of course they have done the calculations. The biggest aspect of it is probably the margin that we derive as contractors from the housing perspective. It's quite expensive. But that has actually changed the whole thing, because two of our extensions in the town literally just grew so fast within a period of 2 weeks. Although they are challenging, build houses at 4,300 per square meter. Because we know you definitely are going to make good profit, and it's going to be the margin of scale that you can actually have more gains instead of just having one house built and giving you 50. The uptake of that is very marvelous, because the soldiers, the nurses, and they could be able to say how actually cost this land. It has worked so much. If you come to Toronto sometime, you want to take it through, and you'll be surprised how many houses without. But what is the needs market again of a case study that I've been following very keenly, and I've even gone to one and see with them? That is the aspect of the their concept is, look, there is a market out there where people cannot be able to buy because of their risk. But these people are able to afford a 3,000-4,000 rent a month in the city. They are paying 9,000, 10,000 for rent, but unfortunately, I cannot be financed by a bank. But I can be able to rent for 10,000. What is the link? What is the link in this topic? I think they've studied their studies, they've gone through, and they've said, look, we're not going to be going to you know, you just the people in this house option to buy, and your rental amount becomes your installment. No matter how risky I think these are interventions that really have helped
We need to know, we go into the opportunity of the sector. You see an opportunity in there. I mean, you see the informal sector, you are not, you don't want to. So I think last thing is to speak more on taxation, how it helps, especially the government. We know for a fact that those that come to your bank ask for pre-approval and application for home loans are in a database. We have the data. How do we use that data in order to assess our risks? How do we participate in the market? We rather remain conventional. These are the people that have requested to qualify. We have to invest. We only wait for the municipality to come and bring them before we can go and do it. But when is it appropriate? We now take that list of the and then capitalize and see how much is this market worth. And then go to a municipality and say that this right. And then I will say this, and I'm going to finance the housing. At the end of the day, for your loan and make more money for a long period of time. But we'd rather wait for us to participate in infrastructure development. We wait for somebody to do it, and we come into it. Now, this is where digitalization and use that. Lastly, is to just share with you that we're doing it unconventional. So that's what we think. We are allowed. Allow stands for Namibia Association of Officers. We are an association that actually works with the officer and supports Alan, which is body by our governance leaders, and that allow wanting to influence policy, advocate change in capacity for executives and managers to be able to combine, manage, and take decisions that will be the future of the consumer and the company. We have a big how our members, one of the biggest is our corporate governance issues. Because we don't get statements that are well audited, that we've tried to do, and how do we structure it? We also want financial updates. There are a number of but there is a capacity. We want so much to support our men to support our to support but an influence of about 57 local authorities. Okay. The government are working with 50 meters, but we and we are very much glad to participate and to be able to speak value to the issues that we actually face and how we can be able to how we make it. New interventions, I believe, There is an opportunity. There is a way that we need to find and operate in the person. And I have confidence that the minds that are here will share the best practices and will be able to internally that which we can call as a reach within the market. That is not so conventional. So let's find opportunity in crisis. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We all enjoyed the marathon. I think the video was actually today. What we want to do now is, I think we are like the topics now. Let's maybe take like a 5 to 10 minute break. Fine, and people
Yeah, no, but I was.
No. For our first speaker, can you ask them to please bring for our first speaker? No. Yeah, this time. Then I'll ask them to stand around. Oh, really?
I saw that.
The one thing I've noticed here. Yes, we're going to use this machine. Oh, well, yeah. So. Some people leave. Hello. Yes. No. But then yeah, the objectives of the meeting. I need the email where I need to send. Who am I inviting to Zoom? What's the name? I am connected to. Where am I sending the Zoom link to? You know? You can type it. Okay. Speak up. Why? Why is it not invited? It's not responding. Oh no, the email is correct. You know what we did? We went to contact, so it's not picking up any contact with your name. So goodness me. Your email address is not connected. Why is it not? Do you want to try? I don't know how to invite you. Do you want to come and give me security? Your email again? I'll try and post it, paste it here. Because I'm not coming. Let's see, I am. Let's see if I want. You see, I'm employed at Litsefo. Zoom link. Okay, great. There you go. Yes, they are. They are IT. For the webcam. So we're going to impress. Yeah, they've got to list the information and the webcam, and they're going to. Yeah, so that we use the proper cameras. Yes. Actuators. Yeah, with the. It was tense in the chat. So did you get the invitation? Time to check. Okay.
Can I get?
I've got lipstick, sorry. What's wrong with you? You don't you want to be so funny? You stand there. No? What am I doing? Open your pen. I can pen it up in this presentation. Let me see if I actually. Sorry, I think a host cover. You got the invitation, eh? Oh, your email. Okay. One sitting there. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So we have another laptop. Are you going to might need your help again. Sit there on that mission. Yeah. Just to like the similar things you were doing before. Yes. Yeah. Maybe you can use it to take your notes. I don't know. How that works. Okay. So yeah, so will you manage that one for the people who are participating also? Okay. And then I'll do the presentation. But then you are the one who's going to respond.
Yeah.
Is there any other email I can use so that we find this one? Any email address? It's just the link here. Do you want me to send it via WhatsApp? I need to put my number here first. No, I need to. Yeah, what's up? 071. Just need coffee, I think. The link, don't you share? I'm going to share with him. I need a way of sharing it. I've shared it on email, but I just want, I'll share it with him on the meeting. I just need your meeting. You WhatsApp me. So you need to register. Be quick though. You got it. And we had quite a number of people registered. Don't worry about me. I can get water and breakfast. Yes, I had. No, I made sure I wake up at 6:30. I go. I was ready to be here at 7. I know. It's locked on. We had 91 people, but then some people have dropped. It's just we were trying to get, we talked about all those things, but I think we had yeah. Why? Get to it. Kika said to me when we got here in the morning, she's like, why were you not telling me? So like, no, why would you were in the US next week? Why would you get on this place? We couldn't. But they wanted a POP. And when we texted you, they had denied us access. We're sitting there. Then Sam, I don't know what he did. I don't know what Sam did. Then we got in. I don't know, we talked about it. Yeah, it's fine. It's okay. Let me get my presentations. Let me get my presentations ready. It's connecting. Yeah, I need to give them, once they are in, I need to give them a co-host status. Or if you want to host co-host, I'll give you the co-host status so that you'll be able to. Then I'm also some here next to that thing. There you go.
Funnel, is it possible we put it there rather than here for better video quality?
Yeah, I have. The computer.
Was supposed to be this introductory session.
And then we still need the webcam though. Or You can. But other people. Oh, okay. No, no. Other company.
Registration. Oh,
Yes.
So are we ready?
So are we connecting to the speaker now?
Yes, we are.
Is it complicating your life?
Not that much.
Is it better? Is it better option? I think we could use the web camera. Sorry? People will be struggling. People will really, really struggle. No, it's your camera. No, sir, I'll be fine. I have water. I have water. Thank you. I have water right here. The water will be great. Thank you so much. No, I know it. You want to see the space? Let me spotlight you. Just okay. Tilt it a little bit. Where's your webcam? I think you need your webcam. Don't you need your camera? He's going to put a webcam. How will it? Which one is good? So do you think we should just go with it? Use it? Do you trust it? The sound is good. To pick up good. Yeah, can you use the sound? Yeah, okay. But we are confusing the many process because this is what sound can with everybody. If we are deciding to use his camera, it has got both sound and camera. So we have to. Where is this explain? For now, we need to remove that because this has got both sound and webcam. So that's fine. I'll go outside and see. Find away from the area. Never mind. And it's because of definitely. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Do you want to proceed? Definitely. Yeah, there's certain. How are you?
Let us know.
It's a pleasure. Thank you. Let me do that. Don't worry. Stay. Okay. So, able to choose. Yes, I'll just change this. Connection.
So yeah, that camera back on here. Yeah, they don't work.
Hello. All right, we're getting started. We're getting started. Our next presentation is
Put the mic.
this part of the seminar is meant to be more than it.
I need to sit there.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Keisha to join us in the front. Keisha, as you know, runs CAF, the Center for Affordable Housing Finance, and comes to deal with very holistic topics, but I think I'll allow her to do herself and also invite you to participate in different ways throughout the day. So with that,
Good morning, everybody. It's so lovely to be in with all of you. So thanks so much. While we're waiting for everybody to come through, it's a good opportunity to have a bit of a conversation within ourselves here. A bonus coming in from tea quickly. We'd just like to know what are your expectations in the course of today, particular questions that you'd like the sessions to answer. So if you have any thoughts that you'd like to raise now about particular issues that you're addressing, you've seen the course of our what the framework of the agenda is. And what we're really trying to get to is, I think, the point that the ED made earlier today is, well, what is the missing link? That's really the purpose of the discussion for the whole of today. What is the missing link? We have all of the ingredients and we've got all this goodwill. What is the missing link in the value chain? Where is that link broken? And just some reflections from the floor. Perhaps we can start as we wait to start the next session. Is there anyone who'd like to make a comment? Too many missing links, is that the problem? It certainly is an issue across the continent, and I think we're in such a good position in Namibia right now because you have a draft policy that's being developed. And so there's a fabulous opportunity to think about covering the breadth of the market and leveraging the power of the market to deliver to households who would otherwise have been excluded from that market. But that does require that everything has to work efficiently. And that all of those links need to be well connected, whether it's through the spheres of government, the national, provincial, local government. And I think the input, Moses, that you made earlier as well, the role of local government so critical, also to build confidence for private sector players to engage. But then also that, like, lenders, are you present? Builders, are you present? And how are you engaging within this breadth of the market? And really, the bulk of it is at the bottom end. So it demands a level of creativity. And wanting to offer a comment. Yes, let me pass you the mic.
Should I make sure he introduces himself?
Try to do for myself.
Name is William Azadeh. I am from Bangladesh. Part of the landscape that we find ourselves in as lenders is that we are our risk appetite is very limited. And whatever we lend out to, we need to have some kind of collateral or be able to have the deed of sale in our possession. Now, one thing we found is that based on the municipality as well and legislation, we struggle to find value. Unless the house is built for bricks and mortar, with a certain foundation, and within a municipal area, where we can then claim if there's any non-performing loan or problem in that sense. So one thing we found, and I'd love to open up to everyone, maybe during the course today, we come up with ideas of how we can actually build rural, but still have that collateral in place for that, so that the banks can potentially lower their risk appetite, but also we have that comfort that they will be able to gain their funds back if something does go wrong. I think maybe we can share those ideas amongst everyone that is here, and we have those discussions. Maybe there will be some light at the end of this part. That's something I'd like to see come up from today.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, William, from Bank Vinton. Excellent. Any other comments? Any other thoughts? I think I also heard from you also around the quality of the dwelling. You talked bricks and mortar.
That's historically what the banks give funding to have the brick and mortar that wanted to be a certain thickness for it to get approved by the municipality and then for it to that's installation. I'm not sure what the new act is that they're idea of what the trend is.
Because in fact, it's the lenders that you look around, but you also create by being trust. And so that's such an important thing to do. Any other comments? I think the issue when we were putting together the thoughts for this discussion, land and title came out as a very, very strong issue. And so I think it will be discussed over the course of the next few sessions, and maybe we should just start with those now. Do you want to, David, would you like to introduce our next speakers?
I think to keep the seminar focused, I'll try to sit from here. I think our first speaker is someone. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's also. I think our first speaker is someone who's second on the list. Dr. Guillermo Delgado from the National University of Science and Technology. Works on Integrated Land Management Institute as the coordinator, and is someone who's been very active from all strata of the housing sphere. We've allocated about 20 minutes for each of the next speakers. And I think the idea of what we want to do is within those 20 minutes, if the speaker feels like they can keep it into a bit shorter and leave 5 minutes for questions and answers or comments about it, that'd be great. Otherwise, obviously, there's going to be breaks, there's going to be a lunch break, and there's going to be further engagement. But these are interventions that we deemed were interesting to have on board. But please take notes and engage with the speakers as they structure their own discussion.
So, thank you very much. My name is Guillermo Delgado, and I coordinate the Integrated Land Management Institute, that now it's called the Institute for Land, Livelihoods, and Housing. Shall I be with the camera? Yes. And then you will see what it is like. What we try to do is to bring together various disciplines and actors around issues of land, livelihoods, and housing. And we've been had a sustained partnership with the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development and a number of local authorities, international cooperation partners, and we're in effect the only dedicated institute or knowledge production entity for issues primarily of urban development. So my presentation is a series of points that we hope we tender for you for this to inform the discussion today with what we know. Yes, next one. Yes, so first things first is like we have to understand the socioeconomic profile of Namibia. And this is all of the content of this presentation is publicly available information. I'm happy also if this presentation is circulated. This is currently in the draft housing policy, an outdated draft, actually there's new versions. But I'm not going to go into explaining this, the numbers in detail, but just to present one single point, that 2/3 of the population find themselves in what you can understand as low or ultra low income. That's a stark reality, and this needs to be compounded with the fact that from those who are considered to be employed, 2/3 find themselves in the informal sector, either informally employed in formal institutions, formally employed in informal institutions, or informally employed in formal institutions. Now, I would like to, it's a bit not so simple to grasp this, because that changes the tone of the conversation. It's not a sort of marginal sector, a sector that needs an extra assistance, a little bit of push. This is the bulk, this is the majority. And the conversation about option needs to consider this. And especially when we discuss what is affordability. Next, please. The second point is that Namibia's future is urban. As some of the colleagues already alluded to, when Namibia became independent in 1990, only less than 1/3 of the population was living in an urban area. 2018, when the National Land Conference happened, where urban land finally became a pillar of land reform in the country, that was the time when Namibia's population reached 50-50, 50 urban, 50 rural. And the estimates is that in a couple of decades more, we're going to find ourselves in 70% urban. Now, there's many things that you can say about this, but one thing that I would like to highlight is what happened in the first decades of independence is reflected in the amount of state or public expenditure in urban development, in cities in other ways. Think about how much has been spent in, for example, land reform, the manufacturing loans, the resettlement program, and so on, and how much has been invested in cities. By the way, only now the first program of urban land reform in Namibia is going to be developed. Before there was not, the country had not spelled out what does urban land reform means. How are the previous let's call them, the previous dispensation is going to be reformed. That has not yet been spelled out. The second point that I would like to highlight here is that we're only giving meaning to terms that we use commonly, such as we need to be sustainable, we need to be inclusive. Now, what does that mean? And how do we prioritize? And I think that is a conversation that is being had currently. The next one, please. Now, very often the case of South Africa is like the go-to one in for, let's say, referring to and for Namibia to learn from. But I was born in Mexico. I've been here for over a decade, and I would like to just throw an example. Like we need certainly more houses. So what can go wrong? So there's a sort of transition that some countries in Latin America did from having a problem of homelessness, those without houses. We need to do something about it. And considerable efforts and funds went into producing houses, lots of it, hundreds of thousands, if I'm not mistaken. Not many decades later, now we have another problem, the problem of those with houses. What went wrong? Well, these houses became eventually slums. These houses that, yeah, there's, maybe they were sold as green, you can stick a solar panel on top, and then suddenly there was many issues about this housing that was produced, and all of this is basically bad press internationally in reputable organizations. Basically, and the literature, I think there's a lot of work trying to learn from what happened in Mexico. So this is just a moment of reflection to say, yes, we need more housing stock. The Namibian housing crisis is a little bit different in other countries. In other countries, the housing stock is there. It's just not very well distributed. Australia, there's a housing crisis there, but there's enough housing units. So what's happening there? That's a different nature. Maybe we do need housing stock. But while we are at it, let's just give it a thought of the kind of housing that is being produced. And I will get to more on this. So what is actually existing affordability in Namibia? And I would like to make a differentiation between the quantity of what is affordable and the quality of the kind of affordability that we need. Quantitatively, the figures that are usually used when one talks about housing or access to urban land for the majority are the figures from the Shack Donors Federation of Namibia and the Namibia Housing Action Group. Now, just the figures go roughly that they can service land for 15,000 Namibian dollars, and they can build houses for 14,000 Namibian dollars. And these figures go floating around, and people repeat it, and budgets are made based on these numbers. But I would like to bring your attention to the kind of finance, or how is this finance taking place. Now, this is financed by and for the 2/3 that I spoke earlier, the poor. And the kind of finance, these are colleagues that do not have a job mainly, or they do have a sort of a formal job, or they make a living out of ways that are even not very easy to imagine for those operating within the formal sector. Some of them don't save only per month, they save per week. Maybe their savings can be as low as $5 Namibian, which is a quarter of an euro or a quarter of a US dollar. Sometimes they cannot save and they skip weeks of not saving, but then they save again. Now, when the moment to allocate plots of land or grant access to loans to Tahangana comes, the amount saved is not the only thing that counts, but other things that the saving groups themselves count, such as attendance to saving groups meetings, participation in different kind of activities that they do. Now they can count these things. Those are mechanisms to make these individuals credit worthy. The units, then the savings groups collates the funds, and then it becomes amounts that are, let's call them, visible to the formal sector. And I think Standard Bank has done a good job in lending a hand to the Federation and managing their books. As that table there indicates, the Tahangana Fund has channeled about 263 million. And from all the pie charts, the one that I would like to highlight in particular is this orange one, which indicates the savings of the urban poor. So not everything is the contributions from central government, the contributions from the private sector. It is the savings themselves, but as I said, don't mind too much the quantities, the cost of the houses, mind the process that actually seems to work for this sector, the informal sector. And another point is that in light of this kind of dramatic or very critical or special socioeconomic profile, there is a need for a subsidy formula, which is currently being developed in the housing strategy, and it has to be systematic. It's a funding formula that needs to not only benefit government workers, which yes, they are a third of the people that are employed in the formal sector in Namibia, but as we saw, we need to also account for what do we do for the 2/3 of the population. And how do local authorities access, how does build together the shack dwellers, the public-private partnership, NHE, how can we create a sort of system that is clear and encourages innovation and encourages other parties to come on board on the question of affordable housing in Namibia. Then, of course, this raises the question, of course, of effective demand and demand. I've seen several documents just collating everybody that doesn't have a house in Namibia and putting a number to it. Yes, that is the demand. There's vast demand for housing in Namibia. But we need to also kind of understand, based on the socioeconomic profile of the country, what is the actually existing effective demand that who needs a house and can pay a house. That's actually the point. Arguably in Namibia, everybody that needs a house and can pay a house has already a house, if not 2 or 3. So we need to actually think, how do we actually gain as private sector, but how can we actually think together about gaining access? And the question might not necessarily be ownership. Titling is by far a very important conversation. There's great strides being made in the flexible and tenure conversation and other forms of local titling that local authorities have been issuing, but we also need to speak about affordable rentals. That's a question that it's an underexplored topic, and it has some connotations, negative connotations, because of the legacies of historical legacies, basically ownership patterns that have racial lines in the history of Namibia. So it's kind of like something that Namibia would say we don't want, but it is necessary to discuss affordable rentals. So I will leave you with 2 slides, well, 3. One about, yes, that's the next one. This was just my cue to say that I'm wrapping up. The one is that actually we know very little about urban development, and I have to maybe beg to disagree with the executive director that everything is in place. We know very little about urban development. But when we say we know very little, is publicly available data, and not just data, but capacity to analyze it and a platform to discuss it. The NSA does a good job, and the Namibia Housing Information System is going to be launched. But, and I tell it to you from the point of view of the only dedicated kind of entity to produce information data about particular urban development. And I, as an indicator of that, I sometimes joke that we probably know much more about rhinos and giraffes in Namibia than we know about informal settlements. And I invite you to go to any bookstore and get all the books that you need about nature conservation in Namibia, and then try to find a book about urban development. Just a book about like weather, just like a book about telling you a little bit about urban life, urban development, urban numbers, urban stuff, and also funds that we dedicate to knowledge production. I mean, the other day I heard that some nature NGOs, there are several of them, and one of them, I think it owns an airplane to be able to kind of like, so just to put in perspective, we still don't know very little, we know very little about urban development. And the second point is that of adequate housing, and to remember, the next slide, please. And the next slide is, the second point is that affordability is just one component of what we call affordable housing. Affordable housing is the gold standard according to the United Nations of what housing needs to be. affordable housing is a question that has been going on for centuries. And there has been, particularly in the 20th century, many attempts in Latin America, Southeast Asia to do affordable housing, dignified housing, and we put many names to it. But after probably more than a century of trying our best, we've realized that actually all these aspects that are there listed, which I can explain, but I think they're self-explanatory, and in the presentation there's a link to the fact sheet of what is adequate housing. All these need to be in place, because otherwise we're going to find ourselves in the Mexico situation, not providing housing, but basically creating new slums or new affordable housing that might not be a very good housing. But there are opportunities, and this is where I'd like to end. So, as I said, the opportunities that Namibia is 50 urban, 50 rural. So we're just getting into the crunch point to actually make a dent. Our numbers tells us that from the 57 local authorities, about half of them still have less than 50% of the population in the formal settlements, but half of them already is above. And from then, once the formal becomes a minority, it's a different conversation that one has. Then there's also the Urban Land Reform Program coming up. We have to give it meaning. There is a National Alliance for Informal Settlement Upgrading, a loose coalition of partners trying to scale up efforts nationwide. There's the revision of the National Housing Policy that the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development, together with the National Planning Commission and the Ministry of Finance, are steering, together with partners such as NOST and MHE and the Shadow Acceleration and others. There is an address there that you can, it's a one-stop shop. You write there and everybody in the community gets it. And perhaps also the coalition ministry can say more about that. Together with UNHCR, we're also developing the national strategy for informal settlement upgrading. We believe that Namibia is ready, that sufficient, that considerable experiences have been learned throughout the decades, and now we're ready to say, how are we going to do it? How is Namibia going to upgrade informal settlements? Because as you well know, there's no national kind of like approach of how to do it. Local authorities do it in different ways. But now I think, or it is, or that's the belief, Namibia is ready to spell out how is it going to happen nationwide. There's new international agencies and partners coming up to the conversation. The colleagues from GSF, from KfW, the colleagues from the French Development Agency are also going to do something on housing together with the Development Bank of Namibia. UNHCR is going to continue its engagement. Actually, I heard that they applied for a €2 million grant and they got it on digitalization, actually, of in Namibia on particular informal settlements, and the World Bank identifying housing as one of the 4 levers in which they're going to focus in the case of the private sector support in Namibia. We're also consolidating as an institute at NOST. We're at the moment, in the past few years, we were just in essence a research group, but we're consolidating as an entity. There's new educational programs that are being opened up. There's also private sector. Another important thing is that private sector has resources to operate. That's not a given in other countries in Southern Africa, where simply the money is not in the country physically, but in Namibia it is there. And I just, there's opportunities for coordination because of the scale. We can talk to each other, and these platforms like this one are just a good example of how it is possible to talk to each other. And the last one is that it can be, or it potentially be, a sort of new beginning for urban development in Namibia, because we have to remember that urban development has actually not an excellent history in pre-independence Namibia, and the structures are still there. So we have to just be mindful of that when we just go into urban development and try to grow the sort of skeleton that was created before. So there's an opportunity to rethink before the big, let's call it, explosion of urban development. And I sincerely hope that platforms like this one help to actually do something different this time around.
Guillermo, you can just stay there for a few minutes.
Oh, yes.
In case people want to take pictures of you.
Okay,
It'd be great, I mean, if anybody has any comments or questions or reactions, I think this is a good opportunity to also kind of join the conversation. Feel free to raise your hand and get your microphone. And while people think about that, I'd love to hear from you. How can anyone engage here, like after this conference? I mean, you're at NUST, sometimes we hear Namibia University of Science and Technology and we think, well, we're not students, right? So is that how it's, do we just thank you for the information, or because I've engaged with you from a construction standpoint, we're always interested to hear more. So how do stakeholders engage with NUST, with you, with the institute that you guys represent, and why should they? Yeah.
So yes, so our contacts are there, and I'm happy to hear from you. When I say we're consolidating, as any organization that is semi kind of independent, we run from project to project. So we are very fortunate to count with the support of the colleagues from the Inclusive and Sustainable Urban Development Project. We have a grant from United, and we also have some projects running with the ministry. That's not the way to run an institution. So we're actually finding ways to have a sort of sustainable funding formula, not for the national housing policy, but for ourselves. So actually that's, and the second point is that actually it is partly correct that there are, that we don't know a lot about urban development. I think the information is there in many pieces, in many kind of institutions where it doesn't come together. And that actually goes for cooperation partners, for financial institutions, and also from some NGOs that very sincerely tell you, like, look, we have some information, but we're going to keep it to ourselves simply because of many very legitimate reasons. So happy to find ways to kind of create a sort of collective archive of information. I think the Center for Affordable Housing has an excellent archive themselves. I think we can only be able to inspire. But for Namibia, we do need that archive. It's not there yet. And yeah.
So if people have projects, they should tell you about it.
Yes.
Right. Now you know, that's one way to engage. You have a project, tell them about it. They will.
Yeah. Another thing is, like just another point is coordination. I mean, that's actually a question that has been going on between the ministry and GIZ and so on. Like the coordination role for urban development and all the projects. I think that's also a topic that it's outstanding, and we'll be very happy to support that from our side. Yes.
Anyone else? Thought, question?
Thank you very much. My name is Victor Conduta, Director Habitat and Housing Development at the Ministry. I think Dr. had touched an important point. And I think while we are at it, I think I'm going to start actually throwing my presentation out and start addressing the issues as they come out, so that otherwise I'll let it to the end and I'm just going to sum up the issue. I think at the point where we are now, as a ministry, we are actually currently scratching our head and saying, there are regulatory frameworks that are put in place with the aim to try to facilitate housing development in the country. I think the national housing policy as it is in the current format and being reviewed is not that it was obsolete for implementation. Because if we look at the mammoth task and the magnitude of informal settlement that is currently facing us, and other opportunities that are not only for informal settlement. I think Dr. alerted earlier on to say, round about 2/3 of the population living in informal settlement. The other 1/3 are those that can afford. It's not that there is no market out there that can afford lending. So neither of those markets are we actually handling as a sector as Namibia. Now we have to look at where is the actual problem that none of the sector are actually being dealt with irrespective the fact that we still have policy and regulatory framework that are trying to smoothen and allow us to do that. Let me just touch on a few regulatory framework that are in place. For one, if we are talking about people who can afford, I think we got venture capital in the market. The government have provided trust fund for equity trust fund for regional development and equity distribution, which make provision for investor to invest under their condition into that fund. That will facilitate development in the country. But to my knowledge, I think ever since that act existed since 2000, I'm yet to see any unlisted fund or any equity being actually or approaching the fund to say they are interested in actually investing in the fund and which market they are looking for. So those conditions can be put. Now, as an investor, you do not have to look at short term. You probably look at long term, looking at the magnitude and what you want to handle. And also how you want to actually keep on growing that market. So the opportunity is there. The appetite for not utilizing it become a question mark. And I think this is quite a good platform for role players from the financial institution. And I think some of the banks, they got portfolio. Let's say, I'm not going to exclude a few, but just for those that are not, I think R&B does investment in that line, which is part of FNB. FNB, I think Mr. Puriza have been indicating on a number of occasions what package they have. But somewhere the industry, the local authority and the industry is not coming together. And what is going to be the catalyst that is going to enable us to come together? There is a public-private partnership. It will take one of the sector, whether it's the local authority, to approach investor, or investor to approach the local authority to say we want to invest into your local authority and we want to sort out the problem. But somewhere this gap exists. And that I think really, with the mind that we have now today in this room, I think it is highly representative. And it will be critical that we actually look at that so that when we are really going actually to create an enabling environment. Or what government is, it is actually going to be abandoned by the end of the day. And I think the risk appetite is going to increase. Now, how are we going to create a market that is self-sustainable, that the government can enable for the private sector to continue playing into this market? Because we can only clean it up for ourselves. If the private sector is not cleaning up the informal settlement for the future, looking at what potential there is, government will only solve the problem now, but it will not sustain that market to actually make it sustainable and for it to develop further. Or it will keep on deteriorating. So those are just a few points that I actually wanted to mention so that I put it to the house and see how are we going actually to break that current situation that is in. Those acts are standing for many years, but I think no one is exploring those opportunities.
My name is Gabriela from Athens Developments. Vijay, I wanted to talk to you from architecture architect, and I wanted to touch a bit more on the subject of what adequate housing would imply in different areas. Because obviously we have the standards of what adequate housing is from an urban standpoint of view. But when you look at populations within rural and semi-rural areas, I think we need to address more of something that comes more into like the emergency housing type of structure, when maybe you only want to cover the basic needs of people that are not getting any of this, meaning proper sanitation, meaning roof, meaning a barrier against the weather as the external factors. So I wanted to know what your opinion is on where this line can be drawn and what do you consider something that is kind of emergency houses, but not in an ephemeral type of structure, but something more durable in time.
Yes, so I think in architecture, there's remarkable examples of temporary housing that is dignified and that it's just from the design perspective, just amazing, right? So I think the good news is that, again, that this conversation is happening now. Namibia is, one could say, a latecomer to the urban development discussion, but that has also some reasons. So for example, only in 2010, 2011, the first School of Architecture and Planning in Namibia was established. So before, anybody that needed to study any of this would have to actually go abroad. And still, town planning is still the kind of dominant discipline in the country. And the way that they are, the curriculum set up, they're remarkably aspatial. There's not a lot of design component. So that's why perhaps Namibian urban areas look very much similar. It's not a lot of only those urban areas that were developed by the private sector, company towns, mining towns, look a little bit different because they did manage to afford designers to basically make them happen. So the good news is that, I suppose, is that there's a new breed of locally formed architects that, because of the economic situation, they might be actually like not very active professionally, but it's a great opportunity to develop not just commercial projects, as you know, perhaps the bonanza of the early 2010s employed basically every architect, but now it's time to also think about emergency housing, low-cost housing, collective housing, density housing. There's a lot of typologies that have not yet been explored. Some of the colleagues here have been developed rental, two-story walk-ups. That's, if you want, a sort of newish typology for Namibia. And we definitely need to think that also for making a more efficient use of urban land, because land servicing, of course, is very expensive. So regarding adequacy, cultural adequacy, that's a very that I think it's something that is given meaning locally. I totally agree. What happens, what is culturally adequate housing in Kavango or in the south, or that needs to be, and it always, I don't know if anybody kind of has the same feeling that whenever you travel to the east, to the south, to the north, to the west, housing kind of looks the same, you know? And sometimes you see like exactly the same house, like in Walvis Bay, which is sand dunes, right? It's sand. So, and if you look at how sort of housing is built near the Sahara, it's very different. Eh? It's like more courtyard house because outside is not so nice. So the housing typology, it's to the different conditions in the country, definitely need to be kind of giving a thought and having, of course, and it is possible to have affordability in mind and marry it with cultural adequacy. That's by far something that is not yet being explored in Namibia.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And I think now we'd like to invite Mr. Fania Mahanda, who's a strategic executive for the city of Windhoek. I think Windhoek is at the center point of the conversation, but we're also at the center of Windhoek. So this is a conversation we're all looking forward to have, and please make sure you prepare some good questions for Faniel. He specifically asked that we tell you that he's excited for your questions. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's just sort out the logistics first. Okay, good. Yeah, okay. So yeah, thank you very much, David, for the introduction. Yeah, I think that gives me less work. I'll just go straight now to the job I came to do. You know, I'm from the Department of Housing, Property Management and Human Settlement. So what we do basically, we are responsible for the planning of the land in the city, more specifically the informal settlement, middle and high income planned by the other department. Then we do the property management for the city, and then the upgrading of the informal settlement and the eventual construction of houses. So those are the kind of activities that we do. So what I'll take you through here today is a quick rundown that will link us more to the topic that we have or we are gathered for today. In a way that we'll try to spice it here and there with some mix-up of information. So if you see the flow is not what you expected, yeah, it was because of that, you know, the putting together. So, but let's see what we get. Oh, thank you. Okay, good. Yes, our topics will look at the population dynamics, land delivery process, public-private partnership, policy shifts, mass land planning, and affordable housing. We are looking at the population dynamics. We are not diving directly into the housing issue because we are trying to look at what the problem is and how big our problem is here in Bandu. And Namibia at large as well. We know Namibia in terms of population dynamics, it's not a big country, but we know a problem is a problem. You know, so in your smallness, you know, your problem equates to your size. So that is for us, it's actually a bigger problem. Okay. I think we can go. Thank you. Okay. Maybe I move to this screen here. Okay. Yes. The national population dynamics. If we stick to the census, 1991 to 2011, we moved from 1.4 million people, you know, to 2.1 million people. 2017 for us is a very important year because that is the year that Namibia now crossed the urban population, rural population, you know, hits the 50% mark. You know, so in other words, what we know or we expect going forward is that urban population will continue to increase from now going forward. Our urban problems, the growth of informal settlement, if we don't handle it with scale, it's going to get worse, you know, by the day as we move forward. So that is actually the message that we get from our dynamics. Okay. We can move to the next one. Okay. Maybe I can get my pointer to make it easier. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me reach for my pointer. We'll move fast. So.
I've never met anyone who travels with their pointer. So I must say that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you very much.
I think sometimes you just want to go to the point. So, yeah, so let me see if this will help. It does. Thank you. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, no, what we have here, the image is a bit fuzzy, but not much of a problem. I don't know, I keep on shifting because I'm concerned by this, the screen. If that is fine, then now I'm good. What we have here, we have seen the Namibia population dynamics. And then now we zoom into all the towns in Namibia, as presented in the 2011 census. That was our last official census. And then we look at how towns had fared. Which town had grown fastest, and then, some shrunk, stuff like that. So we can already see here, in terms of the urban share, 2021, when we did the forward projection of that particular population, we projected it from 2015, to 2021. If you are interested to be on growth rates, we can already pick, we can see here, the urban population growth is at 4.1% per annum. And then if we just do a quick rundown, we can see some towns here, like for example, Lutheris, it has folded minus 0.59%. So that is reality, that's how it was. And then we can go down to see towns like Utapi here, that had grown at 9.3%. We might have interest in Windhoek, but we already know certainly things are happening on Utapi. And then on Dangwa, 7%. The rest, Windhoek is in the range of the 3-point-something%. Where is Windhoek? Yeah, 3.39%. That is Windhoek. But when we look at the national urban share, that is 33% of Namibia's entire urban population. Right on top here, that follows second, that is Rundu at 8.1%. And then we look at other interesting statistics here, where we have Swakopmund, had been a surprise move in terms of the population dynamics, 6.2%, Laos Bay 6.5%. And also we know that Swakopmund have an edge over Laos Bay. Laos Bay has to go through the mountains, the sand dunes, while Swakopmund have a vast open area where they can expand. But that is actually the national urban population dynamics from the various towns. If we come back to Windhoek, this is our map that we use time and again. We looked at lifetime migration to Commerce region, and then every dot here was representing 900 people, where people came from, and then, as they came to Windhoek. So then we can already see here, the thicker the arrow, that's the direction of movement. From the most populous, the 4 northern regions, majority of people in Windhoek, are originating or coming from there. That was the 10-year and the lifetime migration. Now, when we go down in the presentation, in terms of from the national, which was 2001, 1.8 million, grown to 2.4, and then we try to compare it national to say how is national population faring, and then we come to our urban population now, all the way down, because we are trying to get to a point where we are at the informal settlement. In Windhoek, we know that in 2001, informal settlements or people living in low-income areas accounted for 21%. Our interest is that we keep that number there and then we reduce it. But the reality is that you try, it's about what you give in terms of some inputs, development. 21 has grown to 27. Whether we like it or not, it has increased to 31. Now, disturbingly, it's at around 34. So if we don't contain it, it just gets worse by the day. So the way to improve here the situation is that we know in the informal settlement, for us to really make a dent, we needed about $1 billion. That's how you can formalize area and reduce the number of people in the informal, living in the informal settlement in such a way that we guarantee them, give them security of tenure. So that is reality. In terms of the population growth dynamics, informal settlement, if we do it census to census, it was a 6.1% per annum. And then now when we do a 2011 to 2016 5-year projection, it was 7.3% per annum. Whatever it is, it shows that the informal settlements are growing at a rate, for us that is disturbing, because we know the situation can only get worse. If we were fast enough in terms of servicing land, of course, we would be happy, because we know that Namibia is urbanizing. We are improving the living condition of many people, but then if the opposite is true, then we have a situation. The overall population growth, now that is Windhoek, the city population, What we normally used to do now, we look at the additional household because we know if we talk about the housing demand and supply, it's the households that we need to satisfy. 2020, or the annual average growth rate is about 2.8, 2,800 households come to Windhoek every year. They need housing, you know, and then we know 2020 we had around 3,800 households. In terms of land requirement, when you look at that, you know, it simply means that we need about, for that particular year alone, we needed 195 hectares to satisfy that demand. And then cumulatively over the years, we're already at 1,400 hectares of land. So then our land is not growing, it's shrinking. We have development constraints, not much of the opportunities. If you look at, this was the 1996 Windhoek structure plan. What we have here, we have the city core here. All the shaded area, you know, this is mountain resistance. We only have that direction of growth towards Okahanja. In here, in terms of the 1996 structure plan, this is the area where the city planned to say it will be more suburban development. And we know surely that is where the Osona village sits today. And then where we have, is it the chicken farm? More or less in that particular area. It was more of a proposed new town midway between Windhoek and Okahanja in that cross direction. Our informal settlement sits here. Ongos Valley development sits more in this particular area. Now, our other cross direction is towards the airport. You know, that's where we are going to have a bit of more land. That is if we own it. And then past this mountain resistance here to the south, then you have more open land again. So, but truth here is, all this land here in the surrounding area, in all these cross directions, is privately owned. For us to access that land, you need to go through a land banking process, acquire that land at its current farm value, you know, keep it for future urban development. If that doesn't happen, what it simply means now is the future of Windhoek is in the hands of the private land developers. Now, what we can do, you can influence policy, but sometimes it's very difficult. You can come with policy directions, but as long as you cannot interrupt the market, you know you are as powerless, you know, as you can get. I think while we are still here, I wanted to point out now to say, in our Windhoek Basin or the Valley area, you know, lands that we own. Time and again, you get in the newspapers where they say the city is leasing out community farms for cheap, you know, to few people, while that can go for housing. These are community farms that they write about in the newspapers mostly. When you look at it, this is the Windhoek proper, the built-up area. What we have here, pockets, is what is still developable. It does not mean that it's vacant. Some of it vacant, like in this particular area here, still vacant. In that particular area, entirely occupied. Here in this area alone, we have now close to 120,000 plus people living here. That is an informal settlement. In fact, this is the largest informal settlement in Namibia as we speak. So now, what you have also is now this line that is red here. This line simply means it's a no-go area, you know, to the south and its western parts. So now this is the aquifer protection zone, because our aquifer sits right in this particular area here. For Windhoek, we are arid, we don't have water. For us protecting water, you know, it's like as you do is gold. It's our gold. You know, so then in that particular situation, Windhoek had abandoned what you could see here, this open area. This was the future expansion to the south of the last township, which is Simbebasel. We abandoned that one. We could have accommodated over 30,000 in this particular area, but we have forgone that in order to protect the aquifer. Until such time that we have technological advancements that allows us now to be able to build without polluting the aquifer, then we'll venture in that area. Where we are now technologically, you know, is not at the level where we'd say that we can take away. Of course, if you want to develop land, you will find all reasons, all excuses why you should enter into that zone. You know, but what we are saying is, we cannot, in the Windhoek town planning scheme, there's a zoning called conservation groundwater, is simply meant to protect this particular area. From the yellow line that you see here, you don't have service stations in this particular area or anything that would lead to groundwater pollution. Because once polluted, for us to clean up that particular water in the aquifer is almost an impossible task. The recent drought, we survived on that aquifer. Okay, so the informal settlement population, we have that focus in the low-income areas, simply because we know if we analyze Vendo's population dynamics, if you look at this to say that we have 300, 800 for that particular year alone, 3,800 additional households coming to Vendo. All Vendo had grown natural growth in migration to that particular figure of number of households. 2,100 goes to informal settlement. That is 55%. You know, whether we want to pay attention or not, you know, it's a kind of information that you cannot really just ignore. You need to really focus on the informal settlement because that is where the problem is. While you solve the rest, don't forget about it. And then we have the 27% and the 34%. We know 34 can easily become a 40. And when we hit 50% of people in the informal settlement living in Vendo, you know that's when you start to lose that battle. It becomes more expensive. And then for you to intervene right now, if we need about $5 billion to sort out our problems in the informal settlement, when it becomes $10 billion, that's a problem. What's our national budget? Or what is the size of our economy? Okay, so now in the informal settlement in 2020, this is a conservative figure. You know, when we use those variants in projections where you know that this is more safer. But we know it's not reality. Reality is that it's far higher than that. We are talking about 140 here. We could be sitting now at 200,000. You know, that would be reality if you look at the dynamics. Okay, so that's where our informal settlements sit. This was just simply to repeat that particular trend. You can also see from 2016, okay, this one that we have here it shows the communal water standpipes. And then this is the informal settlement of Vendo. This area here being the largest. In fact, when we were hit by hepatitis E in the informal settlement of Vendo, the epicenter was from our largest informal settlement in the country, you know, going to one of the most planned areas. This was the epicenter when we were fighting the hepatitis E. You know, and then we know that the hepatitis E, it does not come just like that. It's more exposure to E. coli, you know, the feces and all those kind of stuff. You know, whether you consume fish that you got from the dam, we have a dam here. You know, we know the water in this dam is semi-treated. When you go in there, you cannot go there to swim. But if you get fish from there, some people will eat it. You know, stuff like that. The land delivery process, we want just to highlight the land delivery process because we cannot talk about housing without talking about where it comes from. You know, it's a journey. A house is a product. Now, but how did we get there? So if we want to fund housing, we should have particular interest in how we get or we produce houses. This is the real or the normal process that we follow from town planning, land surveying, engineering design, proclamation, and land sale. And it's a statutory process. You know, it's a legal process. We don't have shortcuts in there. So there's a way that we can do through concurrent scheduling, stuff like that. But then we need to toe that line of the law. So that is reality. And then what we did, then we go deeper into the process. We break it down further. That's where we have this work breakdown structure here of what we get. We listed all the activities and the precedence in the activities. And then now we go further. Now we map it, you know, to say what comes when, so that we can see now the duration. We can already see here, this is here in years. If we are going to do it conventionally like we know it, you know, using a critical path, we know that this is going to take us up to 5 years. From the time we started to plan to the time we are going to talk about the house. So now you might not see that is 5 years, because if you are careful, you are going to stage these particular activities, you know, you pack them in such a way like it's a factory, it's a conveyor belt. You will not feel it, but reality, that is what it is. So now what it requires is that we relook at that particular process. This is now the full network diagram. The bottom one here shows us the critical path activity, which simply means we know here the time period between the end and the start of the other activity is 0, they are packed. You know, that is a normal process, and it takes us to 204 weeks. You know, so that is what it is. So now, how do we reduce this? We have some advantage in activities that are non-critical path, and then now we come back. to say, we know we have been using in project management, we talk a lot about the critical path method, is the only method that we use, but we know it's not the only method. There's what is not very popular, it's called the critical chain method, where you look at those activities where you have some unnecessary savings of time. You try to capitalize that, and you can reduce your duration between 30 to 50%. Where you just remove those lags and stuff like that in between activities. Okay, so then we look at public-private partnership. For Vendu, we were almost all over the show. You try to find solution. It's like a theater. You are in a situation. You need to act. So now, when the city did not have enough money to service land, so the city tried now to reach out to developers, to private developers. The view was they will be faster, they will be efficient. The city brings the land, and then the private developer brings the expertise and the funding. And then you have an agreement. That is almost, when you think about it, is when you would say it's a match made in heaven, but we know reality is different. Now we come to it. 15 PPP projects that the city had entered. One of the projects is an industrial development project. So what we were aiming to achieve is over 2,000, actually it's 2,903 even. These are some of the projects that you will see here, alienation sales stage. We have so many projects, design and construction phase, and then the statutory, the one that are still dealing with planning matters. Now, this is academia, extension 1 and 2. It's a PPP project at sales stage. Klane Kupe, service. It's also a PPP project. We have Rocky Crest extension 4. We are selling. Sales on general residential very slow. Single residential selling fast. And then we have Ochomise. This is Ochomise extension 5, almost sold. It was around 333 even. We only have around 8 even that are not sold. You put it to the market several times, it's not taken. So that is the nature of the market. But we need to recover that cost so that we can, roll it over. And then this is now Ochomise extension 4. It sold faster, but in the PPP agreement that the city signed was, when you have a big general residential block, you develop it further with the developer. You do that, the actual construction of the houses, it becomes a separate, it's a PPP in a PPP. So that is what it was. So in here, it was stopped. A few houses were built, market was not favorable, and then the project was stopped to wait. You are now in the normal property cycle, the up and the down. So now, where clearly we can proceed, it was perceived that the houses are too expensive for the target market. So then there was that freeze. And of course, there are other contractual issues. The good thing is that the developer here tried to pay off some loans and stuff like that. So, but we have some lessons that we learned, some of it where we banged our fingers, some of it where we are ending in court, stuff like that. So it has not been a smooth ride. If we are to enter into PPP agreement today, we are going to be very careful on how we enter that. So the agreement that we enter, we really need to go down to the letter. There's no generalization. We need to talk about specifics, because we know we have standards and we have had problems. Policy shift, I'll only talk to 2, because we spoke about planning, we spoke about land servicing and housing. In the informal settlement, we are guided by the development upgrading strategy, where we have now the 3 development levels. We use incremental development approach. And then what we needed, we know that we needed close to $5 billion. And then for us to do around 27 informal settlements out of the 87 we had, we needed $1 billion. That we went up to State House, to try to see how can you subsidize, help us. Even if you ask, you already know also government, is overstretched. That's where now we said, fine. We go back, we reinvent. We need 400 million seed capital that we are going now to, you channel it, you service land more in where you can get returns, middle income, high income, and then it goes into an income fund, informal settlement income fund. You repay your loan, you recover your cost, you throw it into the next project, and then whatever remains, the residue goes into your revolving fund for informal settlement. Because we cannot take the entire amount here and throw it, to the middle and high income. People living in the low income will tell you, How about us? What we know is that the default rate in the informal settlement, if you can take that loan 100%, service the land there, you agree for them to repay in 9 years. Normally, that's how we work with them. The default rate there is 30% and anything above. So that normally happens. So you are not going to recover what you put in. So that's why now we choose to say we are going to channel the 30% to the informal settlement just to maintain visibility while you gain some money here, and then that will go to the informal settlement, because this fund here is simply meant to help us achieve the goal here of formalizing all the informal settlement to a point where we are going to get the result of happy citizenry. That's what we aim to get. So there's nothing that leaks out. Even if government gives us money today, that will be other sources. It should go straight to that revolving fund. Okay, then we have the affordable housing policy. We had a policy in place. We have seen that it was not more responsive to the time, the changes that had happened. Then we looked at it and said, no, let's revise this or make it a bit more robust. We came up with these categories: ultra low. We have that income bracket there, ultra low and low income housing. So now we have the income range and what you should be earning. But then in coming up with this, we also looked at the sources like FNB, the financial report they used to produce, where they looked at the housing statistics, grouping households, the income. We can already see here, 37,000 were earning we're earning nothing to 100,000. So now what it's implement here, we have a lot of people that would fall into subsidization by government. So when we speak to central government, then we should not talk about a lot of other things. We needed to focus at the area where we know those people are helpless. So now we also have now other categories, but we can already see here, the more we go, the lower the figure becomes. But in total, the problem that we're sitting with is a program of 55,000 households. If we multiply that with 3.8, which is an average household size in the low income areas, you will already get an idea of the population that we are talking about. That had pushed us now to undertake mass planning of land. What we have here, for land to be serviced and for us to build houses, we need more and more even to be serviced, to be planned and then serviced. What you see here is one of those internal layouts that we do, because mostly here we do, to a greater extent, it's internal planning that we do. And then we now do the contracting of the services. So now this specific project here, I see Ongos is represented. We did it together with them. We are thankful for that. Good, yes. So what Ongos wanted, they are doing a development further down. These are intersections of opportunity. It only happens once. They need this road to be opened up so that it can link up to the development. We know that the area was invaded, the road was encroached on. We needed to relocate those households. So now that is where we negotiate, we agree. One of the agreements that we reached with Ongos Valley was that we can relocate these people here if they come forward with the servicing of the land or paying for the servicing of the land. We'll do the planning ourselves, they should service it for us. So we have serviced the land, we have relocated most of the household. We are now more at the furthest part of the road that we don't see here. But you can see all these households that are seated here, it's over 280 or so. They came from the road reserve, they were encroaching. So it's opened up and then now they're building that particular road. Of course, challenges here and there, but then this is a direct relocation from a road reserve. And then what happens in here, there's a concept of rent to own used by Ongos. We use a similar concept, but we call it pre-allocation. So what happens, people that comes here, while they wait for the whole statutory process and everything, then we enter into pre-allocation agreement. At least we know what is the cost implication of bringing people here, because it would be dangerous for us to enter into pre-allocation agreement if we don't know the servicing cost. It simply means we are going to say, give me a deposit and then the final price can be anything. So, but at least there you are with certainty what we wait. Planning should be done, environmental clearance obtained. In fact, for this project, we got it through Ongos, the environmental clearance. And then they are not only servicing here, at the intersection down here, we have a very, it's a traffic bottleneck, it's a congested intersection where people are trading. So there they are building a market. so that, again, it's their cost, just to ensure that whatever they want to do is done. So that is part of the other level of partnership, not the level of the triple P that we entered. This was a development agreement, where you agree on some principle, you negotiate, and then now you come up with that solution. Now, when we go straight now to affordable housing, we are now at the end of it. This will not take long. There's a resolution on the city now entering. We have tried, where you say, leave the affordable housing to the market. We know it's about margins. And what we have seen is that developers can tell you, we are willing to enter that particular space. When reality strikes, they are hesitant. They leave you with a problem. So now that had prompted the city to say, we don't have a choice. We need to enter into that particular space. We called for expression of interest. When we call for those expression of interest to say, do development in the low income area, will avail this, will avail that. But what we have seen in the end that has happened was, people start to negotiate and say, can I not get an area in the middle income area or high income area to pay it with that particular area? Now, what they are telling you indirectly is that it's not feasible for me to go there directly. The margins are too small. So for that, deliberately, we have now entered that space. We are not claiming the space. There's still enough space for all the other players. So we are building 1,200. We are doing it with the central government, that is our line ministry. They are actually assisting us a great deal then. Commerce Regional Council and Energy. What you see here was a typical informal settlement. These were the houses that were there. We have upgraded this particular area. We did full service reticulation here. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so yeah, what we have done then is we have now gone into that particular area where we could have just done the plots, the services are there, and leave the people to say, you vent for yourself with your own time. So now with the central government, we worked out to say, what is the actual cost of putting up a house? We have heard how much Shakdela Federation NAG spend on a house. And then, but we have our figure of how much we spend on a house. We can just fire our figure, we can give all the test results, the laboratory, everything, so that you can quantify that particular cost. We don't receive donations when it comes to this, apart from the support we get from central government, regional government, the one that goes into a revolving fund. So we need to recover that. So our houses are under 200,000 that we are building in that particular area. Their installment is $1,000, including insurance. And we have our team there, very good colleagues, the two yes, and the colleague. They are the people building the houses in Vendo. In fact, that is our engine room for us to venture into that particular area. So this is how the area had changed from this to that. And this had happened within a year. Now, at first, people were hesitant. They didn't want to take those particular loans where they pay $1,000 and everything. They said now they'll build with their time, but when they saw more houses are being built, then they came forward. Now, they deal with more and more people that want a similar product. This is just to share the plans that we have. Those were the plans done at a very short period of time. So you wouldn't expect for them to look, as creative as they should be, but then they are functional. Maybe if we stay with that. So now that is the core. We have the 2-bedroom, the 1-bedroom, but then semi-detached. I'll just run through. So those are the kind of houses that we have. We start with the core, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom. But then what is more popular, even if people don't afford it, is a 2-bedroom. The message they are giving us is that they are having a family. As they enter the house, they want to function as a family. That is the message they give us. And then what the city also does in addition is that, you can have a surety that is signing for you. I have the house, I'm an old person, my child can afford, my relative can afford, I don't need to pass ownership. We just sign that surety. They should take care of the loan. So while you maintain your ownership. Okay. The other product, what we have done, we have gone ahead, apart from the affordable house as conventional as you have seen it, we have now looked at pockets of land in, wherever it is in the city. One of the pockets of land that we had was in Commerce. This is Florence Nightingale and Visaren Street. Augustinium Secondary School is right here at the corner. That particular piece of land was planned, but then it was unserviced for many, many years. So what we have done, starting April this year, we have gone in with our team here. We have gone in with the contractor to do the direct servicing of this particular land. And then now we should be mindful now of the area where we are servicing. It doesn't mean because it's low income. Actually, affordable housing should not simply mean to say it's cheap houses. You know, so that is not the meaning. Now, we are entering in this particular market. The surrounding houses here, they are selling for 1.5 million, 1.8 million. That is the market. So now what we have done, we go in with service. Our houses should not contribute to the devaluing of the surrounding properties. We try to match up, but then our interest is to say our turnaround to recover our money should be as quicker as it can get. So now we went ahead, we serviced, we did the full costing here. Our most expensive house plus the house, I went for $1 million, but most of them you get them at 900,000. But when you look at it, we'll sell to you like this plot here is big. It's about 1,000 or so. It's a corner. Now, we built one house there. These are the type of houses that we are building there. We try to blend up and then to match to the level. Then we know you buy it for $1 million, but then when you sell it, if you are to sell it today, it's only we put a restriction on sale. Already we know you can fetch 1.5 million on that. What we are doing in this particular market, we are focusing on the access and equity. We know that we are indirectly empowering those households. They never had that 500,000, they now have it. You can send your child to school through going to borrow at the bank, equity and stuff like that. So it's some form of indirect empowerment. That's what we are doing in the other segment of the market. Energy is part of the affordable housing. They are the national company responsible for housing. We are just trying to lend in a hand because this is our problem. We share this problem with energy. So now with energy, we reached an agreement where they want to come back again, do full township establishment, buy land from the city of Windhoek, but all they want is that we should avail land to them. So as we speak now, because the resolution was taken in November last year, what you see here is a draft memorandum of understanding between ourselves and energy, you know, for us to start releasing land in that particular fashion. Okay, then what we have, I think I'll be skipping, support to private developers. Okay, okay, self-help groups. Saving groups in Windhoek, we have over 300 saving groups. You know, over 50% are independent. And then the remaining around 48%, I don't know now the exact figure, they are affiliated to the Shakdela Federation of Namibia. So what has happened over the years is Shakdela Federation had said, we have serviced, you know, over 1,000 even in Kobabis. Windhoek, you don't want to support us in our quest, you know, to do housing. What we have said that is fine. So, but we want the independent groups to be catered for as well. So now in that particular sense, we are not entering an MOU with a Shakdela Federation or a representative of the independent group. We are entering into a development agreement because our development and upgrading policy already had provision to support saving groups. You know, so you don't need to go back to the MOU. So we are going to go to a more binding agreement, which is now a development agreement for us to release the land, service it within a period of time, you know, and then you should comply to all municipal standards. When we do that, that's when Shakdela Federation, NAC, and their partner will tell us the exact cost of servicing land and building a house. Because now you might hear a house is built for so much, but this will give us an idea. So before the end of the year, we are going to cancel. We wanted to sign the MOU with energy first. You know, it's first thing first, then we move to the next agreement that we sign with them. And then that is the procedure how we're going. Private developers, you know, we have Ongos, Elisanem, Finkenstein, Omea, all those ones. And then some that are operating here internally. We don't see, they are not our competitors, they complement our efforts. So then we give them the full support that is necessary. Of course, when we deal with development agreement, which is about quality of services to be installed and everything, we'll go back and forth. You know, we might differ on a point or two, but it does not mean that we are not together. They are actually our key partner. And so the statistics of Windhoek, how many houses are produced by private developers per year, you know, is more. So that's why now we can say that is important partner. Yeah, that brings us to the end. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think before David come in, I just want to already confess when it comes to question, we deflect. The two colleagues will answer this conversation.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very informative presentation. Seldom do we get to really see all aspects of what is going on at the city. And I think both the media and the private sector are very quick to always say, City of Windhoek, City of Windhoek. But this is a really great opportunity to commend you and to applaud you for all of the work that you guys are doing. So
Thank you. Thank you very much.
there's a question in the back. You can speak now, but I'll send you the microphone in the meantime.
There's a lot of triple P partnerships, a lot of contracted building privately as well. What is your shortfall as of today in terms of providing housing? We know the urban population is growing phenomenally from what you've told us. What is your shortfall? How many more houses do you need? I didn't quite catch it. Maybe you've already touched upon it.
Yes, okay, no, thank you very much. Let me, I'm trying just to get to somewhere here. Okay, so that is Vendu. Household cumulative, where we were 2020, you know, that is now 30,000, you know, that is cumulative. And then we normally just look back to see how many even did we service to satisfy that particular demand. As we sit today, we have on our waiting list for land, it's over 40,000 households that are there, and it's growing. In the informal settlement alone, because in the informal settlement, we are also, instead of demolishing more structures and stuff like that, we have told households that they should come through the front door. If where you sit is habitable, there's no need to move you until when we plan. We now acknowledge them, we give them a certificate of acknowledgement of occupation, starting from July 2020. So from that period to last week, we have already issued over 22,000 certificates. So that is also a demand on its own. You know, we can still say some of them are part of the 40,000, but we can already say what we have seen from FNB, the 55,000, it more or less points to what is the situation in Vendu. That's shortfall.
So I just want to, my name is Leslie from FNB. Yeah, and John, I think John has said so let's underline that. Now it's time for action. Speed is a very crucial, because if you look at the backlog of 55,000, so every day, if you don't see a house being built, you will never catch up. So speed is very important. And information side is put us to the test and come to us even for land servicing, but in our session we'll come and talk about the product on land servicing. I thought the chat with Mr. Michandra, but we discussed it then. But it's very important that we should fasten the process, because even the one thing I see with the city is that the process is a bit slow, because an average takes 3 months. That's only 3 months to decline the client, for instance. So for instance, we have even investment that need to provide a certain help. It takes 3 months before you cancel the start with one. I think then you can also play about the maybe decrease that turnaround time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Police. I think that's appreciated. Yeah, and we appreciate the support from FNB. In fact, we have our own engagements on the sidelines on how to move on housing and then servicing. And then in terms of the period that we give to people, you know, to put their house in order. Normally, we would like a shorter duration because that's what everyone cries out for. But then you come to realize the bank also have their requirements. You know, is to say we cannot finance you if you don't see a building plan, stuff like that. You know, and then now the duration of circulating that building plan, you know, to be realistic, we can say we reduce it 1 month. And then we know that within that first month, the person did not even circulate the building plan, you know, so then it creates more problems and other checks that are required. That's why now, to be realistic, in as painful as it is, you just say, let's deal with the reality as it is, because we have canceled the number of sales, but then people come back, you know, literally begging to say, I was out for this in an official mission, I did this, all sorts of reasons. You know, that's why now you say, should we now deal with people that comes here with all sorts of emotions, or you try to just extend that period? You know, that is reality. That's what we're dealing with. Yeah. But thank you.
No, Mr. Manda, thank you very much. I think this resonates with what I was talking about earlier, with regards to the market being very much available. And the conventional way of thinking in terms of how housing should be developed should be turned around in different manner. If you look at the statistics that is provided for, this is primary information that is from primary sources. Windhoek being one of the only city in Namibia, everybody else from across the country comes from the city. And I think the machineries that the city are going to such a sense that it can give you the data that you can get. If you look at the figures that are provided for me looking at financing of housing, you would definitely realize that the risk assessment of the bank, which is so conventional, would not be responsive to the market that we are talking to right now, or that we need to share. This is where the financiers that I think are sitting in this house will be able to start thinking out of the building in order for us to provide responsive solutions that are evidence-based. If we have to see and say we need to produce 3,000 houses, I mean, there are 3,000 people coming into the city per year. What is our target for us to deliver on the land delivery process? And we are not going to deliver. Government is not going to deliver. Let's be realistic about it. The city of Windhoek alone and the municipality will not be able to deliver alone. But we need to look at agreements that are going to provide an environment or a bridge for us to meet that market demand. This is quite informative and very appraising for us to really start digesting and start looking at how best we can be able to involve ourselves into the whole dilemma of the backlog that we currently have in the country. Thank you for such an informative presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Materi. Thank you. Okay, see, I was praying. Then I see Mr. Bago. It means I don't go to church. It's over to you.
You're praying for me to say something.
You know, for questions to close.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, just to, I think Mr. Manda put it very well, and I think it actually made my life easier so that I will focus on key issue in the future to discuss, and then to be able to discuss these things as we go along. The biggest challenge, as we all face, I think Mr. Manda pointed out, especially in Windhoek, which is quite constricted, land ownership to the municipality. And the boundary that we cannot go into because of conserving the environment for the water that we consume. There are regulatory framework currently in place that will assist us to do inclusive urban planning for what the market will demand, and also the role player like financial institution and developers, how they want to shape Windhoek within the restriction that we have. If we look at the land that is owned by Windhoek municipality, I think the people that are currently sitting on that land, if you start doing individual area, they will not be accommodated unless we purchase additional land. That land is currently in the hands of private sector. Now, and if we sum it up to what Mr. Manda just said now, with an exception of a few developers who are playing, let me say, Ongos is currently playing in the market that where we have a problem. But if you look at all the other developers, if it is not Ellison High, it's a Rocket Crest, Pioneers Park, and those are the high-end market. And if I look at that picture for the time that those property came into the market, I think they are still also not taken up because either the prices are too high or something is going wrong. But maybe one must also do a comparison analysis to see if you service the land in Katutura, is it not likely the same challenges that you are having when you are servicing land in Pioneers Park? Maybe with a few exceptions where you have mountainous area, but you will also find mountainous area in Katutura and Komastau. So your average land pricing should really be a certain amount. But if profit is going to drive the market, a lot of land is going to stay empty. And that's why Windhoek municipality is probably also not delivering land to the people who can afford. Hence, them coming up with a solution to say they have looked for pockets of land for property that are valuated at 1.5 million. They are now selling it just at cost at 900 and to empower the people. Now, that is the market that the Windhoek municipality is creating for the future, as I indicated earlier on. That is not short-term thinking of maximizing on profit now, it's creating that industry. Now, with urban and regional planning, I also noticed that Windhoek municipality put emphasis to say they are doing planning. But I have not seen as provided for in terms of the regulation, where the private sector, the community, is also allowed to participate before such submissions are done to the Urban and Regional Planning Board, where what they actually, how they want to shape Windhoek, considering the challenges that we have with a shortage of land. Because currently now, all what we're doing, we see a problem and the hammer is the only thing we have, and we take it as a nail. Windhoek municipality see there is a problem for housing. They service a new land, they negotiate with owners for the land to be planned for them. What do we plan with? Single residential. And then we say people cannot afford. But the industry have to come together so that we can see what is that there was the private sector developer point of view, how they want to shape that market in the future. Because it's not going to shape itself. It can only be driven by the market. Now, Windhoek municipality is the only one, if I'm hearing, central government, Windhoek municipality, they are part of the government, but we are not financial institution. It's not government's wish to keep on taking loans. Now, the informal settlement upgrading project that they are doing for those houses that we are converting to formal structure, it was never a government's wish to go in there. But I think that market has been standing there for a long time until government say, let's start doing something outside the box. Let's put money to it and show the market how it can be done. Now, that is a pilot project that we are running as government. And the expectation is the market will see the potential and the opportunity that are being created there. And either to advance this project together with Windhoek municipality and other local authority that have not taken part into the process now. So should government have, if government had enough funds, our intention was to roll out this project. But is it sustainable for government to start playing in the loan market and take this business from the private sector? That's where we say yes, and every business gonna have a risk. If the default rate is 30%, if you do your credit analysis, at least if you leave that 30% to government and take off a certain percentage that the municipality is doing with a new project to expand, at least it will allow government to keep on going into those risky areas with the funds that government is spending. But now if the 30% that is even a vanilla loan that you can find, the vanilla part is not even taken over by the private market, is coming to government. How do we actually stimulate this economy and that market to prosper? Maybe Mr. Manda will highlight, if he has the figure, those houses that are actually currently now sitting on urban where we are going in, because the intention is we are not going into area where there is no land ownership. It's an existing urban, it's only that the structure that is there is of substandard. It's a corrugated structure. Those are probably, I don't know, you're probably talking about over 20,000 houses. If you look at those extensions, one extension with 300,000, and I think we're talking about 4. So far is five informal settlement area where we are. So 5 times 300, the extension, that is already the quantity that is there, ready to be sourced and to be serviced. Now, in the review of the informal of our housing policy, we are saying that government must be an enabler. Now the question is, how do we become enabler? I think enabler in that policy is just going to be another word. Maybe we must get from the private sector as to how are we going to get the private sector involved to be able to reach the local authority and to use the structures that are there. And if the structures are not working, what is there, how do we improve it to make it attractive to the private sector? So that at least the review of the national housing policy is really going to talk and stimulate the economy.
It has to be like extremely good, because I don't want to kill conversation, but we
Very
want to.
good. You highlighted the aspect of how different towns have actually grown by percentage over the years, and you highlighted things like Tapi having grown so drastically. The city looked at the context of wanting to divest. I mean, this is wild. I'm thinking just wild. The city looked at divesting from its portfolio to create certain markets for the towns like Otapi that has the potential in terms of housing development, so that they can be a catalyst in that regard to say they will be blocking the people there and then without them coming to the city and creating pressure points here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Yes. You know, it's a constitutional question. You know, if I put it that way. You know, because that freedom of movement is guaranteed. You know, in the constitution. How you move, where you move, you know, it depends on the opportunity. So now what we have been saying in the past was, when we used to analyze these figures, we used to also analyze at regional level every census when we get that fresh report. So what we picked in the past, almost 30, you know, being the most populous region, followed by Ohangwena, and then they keep on switching positions. but we picked to say these are the most populated regions after commerce. But then it's only 1% of the population living in urban areas. What is going on in these areas? So then we have seen, for example, when Helena Fidi was proclaimed, then all of a sudden there was that 3% gain in the urban population of Ohangwena. So what should happen? We go back to those theories, the old theories of the cross poles and stuff like that. That is at national level. We don't have an urbanization policy in Namibia or a national urban policy in Namibia, because that should come from that level. But good thing is, in the Urban and Regional Planning Act, the current one, we have the provision now of the national structure plan, regional structure plan. It's those kind of interventions that we should take advantage of and strengthen certain growth points in the region. For example, when we know Otapi is showing some signs. We see what's happening with Ndangwa, that nexus. And then we look at other, Rundu is growing and all the other places, Swakopmund, and then to the south. Then what need to happen now is to say for central government in terms of the strategic direction, of managing urban growth in the country, we need to strengthen certain centers. In fact, it's not only those ones that show promise of growth, but every region was supposed to have a very strong regional center. Whether it's a regional capital or it's a commercial capital for that region. But then if it's not deliberate at national level, then we have a problem. Yeah. But for Windhoek, we fully support that. But then the only thing that happens is constitutionally, it's like an open door. As people come, just be ready. That is the challenge we see. But with government also working together with regional, we need to do. Thank you.
I think to that last question, there are even players in the room who have shown to be expanding into those areas. So I think there was a gentleman here I saw from Putkiewicz Megabuild. They've just opened a branch in Otapi. You have FNB, Netbank, Bank Windhoek, Standard Bank who've opened mobile branches and branches in many of the towns that have been proclaimed also in the Musatu region. So I think with that urbanization, a lot more of this happens. But thanks very much, Fanny. I think it's been a session that's very informative. We've also taken some time from a Big Guns panel in order to be able to allocate it to the session. But we're gonna move on to our last presentation before we roll out into a few panels. We're inviting Samuel to come up. He's joining us from Fun Group. And it's an interesting story and an interesting explanation and an interesting context that we're bringing up. Many of you have heard of it. It's what made us
digitize the demand, the processing, and you'll see it on some of our banners. What we did is we started this as an entity inside of our group, and it became its own full-fledged company. It's a fintech, it's a proptech, it's a mix of both. Over the years, what we identified is that if we could actually spend the time digitizing the process of acquiring a house from a consumer perspective, we make it easier not just for the banks, but also for the buyer and for the local authority. I think the number Sammy gave me earlier is about over 100,000 people are fully processed in our system. We actually partnered with the IPF 5-6 years ago, and we did a study of every single employee of the federal government. I saw Joseph in the room, he's sitting in the back. That's the CEO of Ucho municipality, but he also sits or sat, I'm not sure where you are these days, on the board of REFLO, the Retirement Fund for Local Authorities and Utilities in Namibia, which is similar to Malawi. But in this case, it's the idea that we speak all the time about the subsidies that employees have in the federal government. But if you work for the Ochinene Village Council, there's no such thing as a 70% subsidy on your mortgage. So what our platform did is, first, we then went and processed over 100,000 people in federal government. Now, this data is real. This is our database. We wrote pensioners because eventually there'll be pensioners because we were thinking about pension-backed loans. But our platform has two parts to it. The first one is literally the application process. It can be customized for a developer and it uses your name. It can be customized for a bank. The whole thing it does is it immediately tells someone, are you qualified to buy a house right now? How much? And the second thing it does is it says, here's a PDF with all the documents that you can go give a bank, will syndicate it for you. Syndicate means we'll send it to the bank so they can process your application. We built 50 houses in Ruacana. We were talking about the Amusati region urbanization. 50 homes in Ruacana was like, I don't know, 1,000% growth because there was one house before that was financed with a mortgage. We sat down with FNB, we sat down with Bank Vintuk, we sat down with NetBank, we sat down with Standard Bank. Here's another reality. Even though we had people from many of these ministries, and I'll point out to a few numbers, 80% of people, and you'll see the numbers up here when you go on the next slide. Are in these ministries: education, healthcare, police, and army. And like 3%, which makes it now 83, is in agriculture. We can have a discussion here about how do we finance people at Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Trade. There's like 200 people working. Probably 80% of them are sorted from a housing perspective. The other 20% just started working on our okay rent. I'm generalizing. But when we think about having mass impact, what Fundroof is trying to accomplish is understand demand, process it quick, and help them purchase. What was being said, can a developer walk into a city? I think Fanny was saying like, can we partner with you guys and get this done? And this was honestly the only way we could get business done, which I think is great. You have to be innovative, you have to be creative to enter the palace, as you were saying, without being noticed. When we did that in Ruacana, we literally just went and visited every school and made a presentation and registered every teacher and processed them and explained to them how to buy a house with Fundroof, not with a tip. We then went to my mother was visiting 2017. We went to the Utapi hospital between 8 and 10 p.m. And we sat down with every nurse during their dinner break, showed them all the building plans, all the pictures, and explained to them how to buy a house, and told them, if you're interested in buying a house, call me. The next day, I got a call from a lady called Julia Mutambo. Can you come back again at 8 p.m.? I've got more nurses. We want to all buy houses together. I said, in Mashifo? Yeah, we'll drive to work every day. If we can have houses next to each other, we'll drive 45 minutes from Mashifo to Utapi and do this. That day the next evening, we signed 5 deed of sale. And 4 days later, we had their entire application process. The bank had never even heard of it. Already printed out, PDF, ready to give. Now, what is really interesting about these application processes is that you have a lot of document gathering. It's not just a deed of sale and a few things. And all right, we can get ahead of it just to understand. But you might want to jump in, Sammy, and help me out. I'm not quite sure on all the slides, but part of the story that I think is important sharing is that when we were actually going to the bank, and this is not to put anyone on the spot. I mean, we're talking about 57 local authorities and utilities.
I was multiply 30 loans in 50 of these towns that are given. That's 1,500 delivered houses.
Whether it's small developers, small contractors, or self-built. But when we sat down with every bank, and I remember it was Magda Talbot, I see Rian here. I literally sat down at people's offices. I was at Rian's office. I sat in front of his computer. He said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm trying to build houses in this place." In the case of that bank, it says, "Go to Itapi, there's a branch there." The guy was open. But the answer I got from every bank was, "Wait, we haven't given mortgages in that town yet. Not recently, maybe one or two. You know, you're unloading 50 mortgages into this town. How is that going to work?" So the job of the developer for us was very constrained because we said, well, we're busy procuring from Pupkewitz. We're busy buying cement from Ohorongo or from Kabwe. Kamwa, sorry. I'm saying Kamwa is an employee of ours in Zambia. From Kamwa. But is it really our job to sit with the bank and say, hey, like, here's how many teachers we registered? And that's when Fund Group was really born. And we were able to actually sit down with the investment and credit committees of many of these banks and show the data, show the statistics of how the demand was there. And the real trick, I mean, some of you will laugh, the real trick was for us to go to Standard Bank in Oshakati and convince 2 of the Standard Bank employees to buy a house from us. This is entering the castle from inside. And we said, but you got to figure out how your bank will give you a mortgage. And they went to the bank and the bank said, sorry, we haven't given mortgages. You know, she says, yeah, but I work at the bank. I need a mortgage in a sheet. And it was really thanks to these 2 people who worked at Standard Bank, who got mortgages themselves in this town, who accelerated the process internally. And to one lady, I will never forget her, who was a pensioner. And I think there is something we're not really discussing so much in this presentation, and it's the amount of people who have money in the bank. This lady bought the first house from our project. She was our first investor in Rokana. We raised money from a lady who lived in Okahama in order to build a house. She was our first investor. I went up there and I said, look, I have no more money left. We spent all our money buying the land and finishing the services. I'd love to sell you a house. And she was a retired teacher from Ruacana High School. And she had moved to the village and wanted to leave a legacy or a property or something for her family. She didn't even need the house. And I said, I'll sell it to you practically at cost. Like, I'll lower my price as much as I can, so I can make my first sale. So we can go to the deeds office and register a sale and actually use that cash flow to kickstart the next 2 houses for these Standard Bank employees. She didn't speak English, by the way, very well. So we actually used her grandson to translate the entire negotiation. He was 20 years old. And she was our first investor. For those of you who are small developers or who are thinking about how to get these projects done, once we had that first sale from her in cash, we had a registration of a property that had sold. And we had 2 bank employees convincing their bank to sell it. It was a question of, do we have enough of this stuff? A lot of people, husbands, wives of people buying from us, lived 6 to 10 hours drive from their partners, working somewhere else. How do you get the marriage certificate? How do you get them to sign documents? How do you get them to prepare all this stuff? The bank's not going to do it. Because they don't work for you. You are trying to apply to get something from them. So they expect you to put in the effort so that they can rate. That's part of measuring credit worthiness. Are you willing to put in the effort? So Fund Group came up as a project. By the way, we've done more work out of Namibia than in Namibia, like revenue generating for us, where we actually digitize the housing process for developers and for banks and bring them together and syndicate those loans all the time. I think somebody mentioned 3 months. I mean, 3 months is very little. In Ruacana, it took us about 3 to 4 months to sell a house once we had digitized somebody. And it took us almost 9 to 12 months if we hadn't digitized. So getting to know your customer, we want to fix housing delivery, but I think getting to know your customer is very difficult unless you're digitizing that relationship. Banks are thinking about this all the time. but it wasn't very long ago where everything was paper-based. Nam posted from an office in the north to the Vinter branch. Then it was processed. Then an email was sent to someone at the branch to say, hey, can you call the customer and ask him to come in? And then an appointment was set for 2 to 3 weeks later. And before you know it, your deed of sale says 30 days. It expired. Now you have to go sign it again, and then the pre-approval is expired. So unless you can actually make the buying process 21 to 29 days, you're going to be sitting on like what you call sitting ducks, like things that are really not getting action. So I don't know if you want to add something there. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities that we see for lenders. We created Fundroof. You know, we're in the world of tech. You know, when we started building, we realized we will never be able to build enough housing ourselves. Like the impact will not be done by one company or 2 or 10. So if we can create a solution that is scalable, because at the end of the day, it's very similar to what was being said earlier in our keynote addresses, which is how do we come to the table and digitize the housing process in order for more people to apply? So whether the banks that are here or not recognize it, we've worked with all of them. Because when we sent applications for our housing developments to a loan officer, it was a package that was fully complete. Then it was just a question of, can we get it approved or not approved? It went straight into credit committee. And that's the vision every bank should have, is we want packages that are ready for credit committee. So that we can make credit decisions on, do we want to disperse this money now or not? When we want municipalities to build, I mean, we've done a lot of work with, Joseph was in the back, we've done a lot of work with the Ucho municipality. And we recognize that the development process is slow and we're willing to put in the time. I think it was 2016 we signed our first MOU. The project now we've built the show houses and we're kicking off. But yeah, the land was owned by the federal government, then it's moving in this hand, then it's moving in that hand. But what I can tell you that we were able to at least remove all the friction was in identifying the client and getting them ready to buy that home. And I think if we cannot do that as an ecosystem, everything else, policy making from the Ministry of Urban all the way to the city of Bintung and all the way to NGOs is not going to allow the housing process to accelerate. On the developer side, I think it's also really important because we've met with many, with some we've actually worked, with some we've tried to say to them, look, use our platform on your own, brand it yourself. It's not Fundroof that's building your house or selling you the house or financing the house. Our idea was to build a tool that is going to allow many of your customers to be identified quickly. Gabriela can tell you, when we sold the house to an army officer who came to our office every single day. This is, by the way, this is the guy would drive from Prefontaine to Ruacana to buy a house in Ruacana because he was from Ruacana. And he was saying, listen, like, I don't understand why the bank is not approving. Now, the reality is he couldn't afford the house. And we've heard today about different initiatives on rent-to-own programs that allow you to move into the house, so that eventually when you can afford the house, you at least are already inside. But we found out that he had some debt that he hadn't paid off. And that's when we realized we cannot just digitize the application process, but digitize their credit worthiness. Actually do a credit check, work with TransUnion, with which we partner, work with other banks to identify, can we do that? But as developers, if we don't know that, we think we sold the house. We're sitting on a deal sale. I don't know how, I mean, can I just see if there's developers in the room? Because I keep looking around thinking for developers. I know that I see 2 faces that I know are developers. George is there. Chris is there. I mean, how many times do you actually sign a deal sale with your customer? He tells you I'm ready to buy the house. You see the base. I mean, banks probably see this all the time. And then somehow you're just sitting there thinking, I reserved that plot. I mean, the city does it as well. I reserved that plot for this person who wants to buy the house, but what's stopping it? Is it that they fell asleep and didn't go to the bank, or is there a credit thing that's missing? So in our platform that we built, you get to see entirely everyone who's applied for it. It's your data, not ours, so it's private. It's like using your email. You get to see everyone that's applied for a house in your development. You don't no longer get a paper list. You no longer say, please sign on this sheet and tell us how you did it. You make them sign up on this platform and you see 75 days ago, this person registered. It's gone. Unless you're reactivating that lead. Data is as good as the day you collect it. That's the famous phrase we say in house. So unless you've interacted and you've had a touch point and another touch point and another touch point, you have no idea what's happened to that person's credit worthiness, because they could have taken a loan and a check, by the way, unsecured. So from a developer's perspective, that's what we try to do. And from a regional local government perspective, we've done so much work. I mean, we've sat at the board of Reflon so many times to engage not only on that, but I mean, we went to the village council of Ochinene, and we realized like many of their employees in the Ochinene village council don't even have land, and land costs about 2,000 to 3,000 rand to buy. So how do you digitize and inform them? So I think what we wanted to do, I think my time's up. What we wanted to do with telling you a little bit about us today is there's a tool out there that can help all the stakeholders. And if not with us, we encourage you to make that the norm, to digitize your needs, to digitize your processes, so that you can help fast track housing delivery and housing finance. So with that, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be sharing the story of what we're doing with Fund. It's something Samuel has been working very, very hard on, because we realize that it cannot be done unless it's paired with housing delivery. And we look forward to engaging further.
Okay, we're running quite a bit behind time. We've saved a little bit by having our tea earlier, but we're about to go through this process now a little bit more. We have a first panel, and if I can pull up Gabriela, Inocencio, and Minerva, please. And we'll just have a short discussion.
It's already off the screen. Please listen to me. This is already off. Can you enable the question? Spotlight meeting.
Yes, but I think it was turned off. I think it was. Please continue. Supply chain, how housing is, land is identified and regularized and then serviced, and then plans are developed, and then the house is built. And in order for that to happen, a whole construction industry has to collect itself together, bring in the building materials and the labor and the skills and so on. And then the house is built, and there needs to be some form of offtake. Of course, it had to be financed beforehand in order to be built. And then you have offtake for the end user finance. And then you carry on after that to the existence of a settlement over time, and people are going to be improving their housing and developing it and so on. And the community consolidates around that. That whole value chain, with all of the different supply chains that come together and lead to those different points. That is what we've been talking about. And we've heard a lot this morning already about constraints around land and around infrastructure. But across that whole lake, the main question that I'd like this panel to discuss is really where in the lake are the key issues that you're facing? How would you prioritize them? And specifically, given some of the comments that were made this morning, who you think the stakeholders are that should be engaging with this? And I'm rushing us a little bit from a time perspective, so I haven't even introduced you. But I'm going to ask you to please introduce yourselves as you start.
Good day. What time is it already? I'm gonna go with good day. My name is Gabriela Vaquero. I'm the head of projects of Acme Developments.
Good day. My name is Inocencio Verde, and I'm the managing director for Rent to Own, RTO Housing Namibia, a company or a subsidiary of Ongos Valley Development.
Afternoon. My name is George Alana. I'm executive director at Octagon Construction. We are developers / contractor.
Excellent. So we've got a lot of experience. Gabriela, would you like to start first, please?
Yeah, sure. Me, I'm super nervous about talking in public, so I'm gonna excuse myself if I flush. So yeah, I think I wanted to start saying that all the categories that you pointed out in the main question of the value chain obviously have a vast range of stakeholders that are involved, and I think that's why these type of spaces are so important. So we actually can start the conversation that will probably never end. It's a working process that hopefully gets more and more and more new intake from all of us. When all the stakeholders come together and can actually listen to each other and understand the issues, we will see that indeed there is some sort of link missing in this value chain. And we need to understand, and we need to make sure that all of us as an ecosystem need to find that balance, and that we can all deliver at the same speed and at the same volume, departing from the house need. I think the process has been going on a bit backwards, and the financiers and the construction companies are kind of taking the lead without actually going back to see what is actually happening on the ground. And we need to understand the location, not just like David was saying, we go to Ruacana, it's not only this point on the map, but we need to understand the socio-economical constraints coming from there, what the population actually is, what their actual needs are. I think that Fund Group, for example, is doing a great job with that, to take as a point of reference what is actually happening. The demand is there. We know that maybe 70% of Namibian households can't access actual housing. And there is offer, I'm sure of it. There is bigger companies like Octagon, there is Penal Development, which is a bit smaller. There is a lot of SMEs, but there is like an uncoordinated planning going through this whole value chain.
And that's great, thank you. I think that every single player you've mentioned and everybody here, all of you working with particular populations, you all have data. I think that's what came out so strongly from the presentation just now, because you're working with clients, and you have the data of those applications and their performance over time. And there's a real opportunity of bringing that together to solve some of the issues you're talking about, to address the gaps in the demand side. Inocencio, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, yes, thank you so much. I think my colleague Gabriela did touch quite importantly on sort of some of the critical areas that really requires collaboration from all the stakeholders that are involved. I think we need to, as the key stakeholders in this whole industry, we need to ask ourselves, first of all, what is our strategic intent? What is it that we are trying to solve? Do we have a challenge? And what are the wastes in the processes that leads to us basically solving this particular challenge? Now, you will agree with me that in the development space that we are, time and money are the crucial factors in here. I think from the steps that we read, we understand that sort of in order for us to really sort of come up to the final conclusion of a planned area, it takes about 204 weeks for us to be able to do that.
Basically forever.
It takes, you understand? So that in itself already takes us about almost 2/3 of the year. Now, is there a financier that is really waiting for us, that will not be able to charge us for this whole 9-month period in between, just for us to be able to address the planning issues? And I think this strategic intent also needs to come up with what you call the concerted collaboration between the stakeholders. If what we want to solve is affordable housing, then all the stakeholders that are involved must be able to sort of work together to say that, look, if the approvals or the regulations require us to have 28 days, like say, for instance, we now with the city of Windhoek, through Mr. Manda, I think we began sort of signing off the bulk services, and these are due to be completed within the next 28 days. Now, if the city can be able to sort of meet the 28 days, then we know that we are headed somewhere towards solving this particular challenge. I think the whole issue in the affordable space, in the affordable housing space, really speaks about the time that we invest in the regulations. Secondly, the money that is involved in it. Otherwise, if we do not address these issues, affordable housing, we will be coming here and talk of affordable housing year in, year out, and will not reach anywhere.
Steps, time, and cost. Have you ever costed it?
Yes.
Really, like how much does it cost if the development takes an extra 6 months? If you're waiting 6 months for, I don't know, an electricity connection or a water connection, have you costed what that means in terms of how many houses you can build and how much those houses will cost your end user? Yes, go ahead. I'll come right to you, George.
So let's look at it. If I have to pay 10% for every $1 million that I borrow, and it takes me about 9 months before I can really literally begin to do that. Obviously, if my calculations are correct, just assuming it will cost me around about 90,000 during this time that I haven't done anything.
Yeah.
Probably this cost, if you now look at it from a scale point of view, that's really how much it's going to cost us. At the end of the day, who has to pay for that money? The end user. And who's not the end user? The one that we are looking for to solve the affordable housing issue.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that that's such a critical issue. And it's a point that you raised as well, is that in order for you to apply your capital, it has to be working. You can't have it just sitting there. And that means that, Mr. Manda, that the processes within the city are fundamental, step by step by step. George, would you like to comment? And I'd like to hear from you also about land.
About land. Okay, I was gonna.
No, you go as you want to, and then come back to me.
Discuss more about the construction part, because as my colleague here just said, it's time and money. And I think touching on the city of Windhoek, I think we have a huge challenge there. Mr. Vanda, probably you have heard from us from the Construction Industry Federation, having a lot of, I'll say, complaints about how the city is treating all these inspection issues. And it has actually made it quite expensive to service land in Windhoek, and it also has made it actually made the process much longer. So projects, if you check the track record in Windhoek, they are always late. And I think the bottom line lies there that I'm not sure whether city must employ more people that should do these inspections, because they are really costing developers. And at the end of the day, land is becoming quite expensive. And I think what we are trying to address here is affordability. So those are, I think, one of the key things cities should look at, how they're doing this inspection, because they are taking quite long in their living the.
So what you've said is that because of the time it takes, it increases the price of the land as well, because you have more people chasing land that's not available, and that's pushing the price up. Is that how?
I'm actually, okay, I'm not sure if I have played you quite well, but what I'm saying is that, for example, we're supposed to service land in 12 months.
Yes.
But now the inspection city, let's say the city of Venue only sends, let's say, one person that's doing inspections, and that person only comes once a certain hour. That's taking too long, so developments end up taking 24 months, 24 to 36 months, as opposed to what was initially planned. That's where the challenge is. And as a result, contractors have to obviously claim all these costs from the developers, and then the developers always going to the end user.
Mr. Mann, I don't want to put you on the spot. And in fact, I think you did present that this is exactly what you're trying to deal with. And you had a number of slides that I took photographs of, because I'm very interested in steps, time, and cost as well. And the impact that that has, not only on the time it takes for housing to get delivered, but the number of houses you can therefore deliver with the money that you have. But would you like to comment on anything on this conversation?
Thank you very much. We had invited the Triple P partners last year. The presentation at the issue was raised. You know, the issue of inspection, is quality monitoring, is taking too long. But then, you know, it's a recurring issue, which we said from our side, first time, you know, it's across departments. It's not only a single one. From where we sit, we do the coordination of the project. Like what is mentioned by Mr. Bennett, after all the departments, they've signed off, you know, electricity, water, sewer, and then it will end on our desk. All the quality monitoring officials are done. So now what I can suggest today is to say, it's an issue, a recurring issue. It requires a solution. You know, to sit down and sit openly, the developers to say this is an issue. We see how best to streamline the process to ensure that it's within the yes, but I think it requires sitting down. Thank you.
In some ways, it's also like a logistical exercise, isn't it? And that's very similar to what you're trying to solve on the end user finance side, is the logistics of bringing everything together to enable finance to be extended quickly, and to apply that then on the front end of the housing delivery process. We've got a panel a little bit later, hopefully not too much later, which will also look at technology. And I think there is something there about the power of technology to enable this kind of thing. If this were solved magically, well, maybe not magically, but if this were solved, what else would be stopping you? Are there any other broken links in the process?
Well, apart from, the land delivery, which is one of the main issues, we are currently actually trying to work with the Ujo municipality to develop Extension 7. It's been sitting for, I've been in Namibia for 5 years, and I think David spoke about this to me back in 2017. Apparently, apart from that, there is an economic factor that we cannot not address, and it's not really in our hands as the construction industry. I think we're all hearing construction from the construction industry part, which is, how much of the population is maybe 43% in Namibia live in poverty, and it's this low income sector of the population that is not being addressed. What kind of innovative structures could be developed in order to being able maybe to fund this sector of the population with people that can afford maybe more high-end quality buildings. So this is something that is definitely to be addressed, and government needs to put their part into it, because it's not only an investment from the private sector that needs to be done, but also from government. And I think you can enter this like virtuous circle when you bring housing to a place, is not only the actual house that you bring it. It happened to us in Oshifu, we built 50 houses. And when we were maybe 6 months in the project, a new supermarket opened, a furniture store opened, and Oshifu Ruacana started to be more dynamic. The CEO was telling us like, that's great, now we can generate more taxes and rates from the development that's happening. So it's just, in my opinion, trying to unlock this in order for it to become more self-sustainable. And once you do that, you bring so many opportunities to this town. It's the first kick that I think needs to be done, and it's a snowball effect.
Excellent, yeah.
Yes. Thank you. I for one, I would like to give you sort of just a small background around government employees, for example. The government stats, the government employs about 108,000, just over 108,000 employees in the country. The government has got one of the best housing subsidies ever in the country, where on average, government employees receive sort of a subsidy of about 66%, and the employee pays about 34%. 67% of the total labor force of government employees reside in urban areas, where you have the 33% that resides in communal areas. And then you realize that the irony of that is that even with the good subsidy programs that government has, you'll find that only 19% of the government labor force actually own homes, okay? Only about 19% of that. So leaving over about 75%, 80% of government employees, of people that do not have houses. Then you look back and then you say, okay, but what is the actual problem? I mean, if you have this beautiful subsidy, only 19% of government employees are using it, what is the problem? So the problem is the supply side of probably the right product. Are we supplying the right sort of priced houses for the government employees to take on? For example, again, if you look at the homeowner scheme for staff members, government begins to supply sort of the qualifying amount starts from 220,000 to basically, I think the old rate was 792,000. Okay. Now, if you look at that space, and then you go on and then inquire from the F&B housing index, where your cheapest house in Windhoek is actually rated about 1.5 million. That's where everything else goes up from there. So meaning that there is a gap between below the 1.5 million to basically 220,000. Okay, good and well. We spoke about time. We spoke about money. We spoke about the stakeholder collaboration. I think the next question that we need to ask ourselves is that this is where we find ourselves. What do we do next? And what do we do next is understanding that really a lot of our people are over indebted. So in terms of affordability levels, they really cannot just afford any longer, whether it is houses above the 1.5 or the houses within those brackets. Now you ask yourself, how do we address then the question of affordability? Are we together? So the question of affordability, in my opinion, or perhaps in the Congo's opinion, is to say that we need to then address the issue of alternative finance in the affordable housing space, number one, where then it takes us to the next level of bringing in innovative finance in housing. Now, the regulation, as far as Big Don just was addressing earlier on, as far as the national housing policy is concerned, if you read that entire document, it has got about 10 strategies that government actually sort of introduced that if and when implemented effectively, this can be able to address the whole housing issues in the country. But again, there are some elements, and I believe these are human factors within the processes of that ensure sort of the ensure that the whole map works. That actually deliberately, I think, in my view, sort of stop or stall in the implementation of things. For example, one of the strategies in the national housing policy is the rent to own strategy that is there, that government sort of recognize that it needs to be implemented in order for our people to have housing. Now, you have written to government a couple of times introducing the rent to own concept, but then the people inside do not meet up to that expectation of the regulations that is there. The last time that regulation was done, first of all, it was introduced in 1991, reviewed in 2009. Now, 2009 and today, you count the years that passed, we are only busy reviewing these regulations now. So it means that the review, the general outlook around the regulations, I think also needs to be speed up in order for it to be able to speak to the current demands and the dynamics of the ever-evolving world.
So that's a process that's underway right now. The rent to own as a model that deals with access to finance, probably more than it deals with affordability, though, because it's about assisting households who have affordability but are unable to access a loan because they might have either other credit obligations or income in different shapes, as Guilherme was saying earlier. Am I correct? How does it address affordability?
Well, yeah, I think to answer your question directly is that I've got very particular interest in statistics. And as far as that is concerned is 78% of Namibians are banked, okay? And only 12% have got access to finance. Out of the 12%, actually only 8% of the 12 actually have got access to mortgage finance. So it leaves sort of almost plus minus 57% of people that do not have these opportunities to do, okay? Now, I earlier on mentioned to you that only 19% of government employees have got, mortgage, all right? But now that group, where do they live? They are participating in the rental space. Now, them participating in the rental space, some of them are paying on average 10,000, 12,000 rent. Some even go to the extent of what you call this 15,000. If you work it out on one-to-one, that basically means this person who is paying 15,000 a month can actually afford a house of about 1.5, 1.6 million. Now, if this person is paying rent on a month-to-month basis, and we simply cannot, as a financier or the financial institution, cannot be able to fund this particular person just because of a credit record that I had with my Edgar's account, for instance, and then I got listed on ITC. Now I have got this stigma or this black spot attached to me saying that I'm a risky client, but I'm able to pay 15,000 of rent every month. Come on, when are we going to resolve that? So you require, yes, it's a question of affordability, but also again the access to finance needs to be addressed. So my last comment will be, I think we require a transformational leadership around the whole entire financial sector in order for us to be able to make an impact into the entire nation.
I mean, what ends up happening in this is that everybody needs to come in together at the same time, right? With all the different ingredients into the housing process. George, I'd like to ask you, it isn't a question that I sent earlier, so it's a new question. But in a sense, I was just saying that you've got this gap. The houses in Namibia about 1.5 million. Affordability sitting at about 220. As a developer in Windhoek, can you build for about 220? Is it physically possible? I'm sorry, that's a hard question. I understand that, but
it's actually not hard. In fact, I was actually thinking about saying something around that. I think obviously affordability, we also have to look at it from the engineering side of things as well. And I think the banks have been too conventional in terms of accepting what the standard house is or valuing that standard house. So as a result, it has taken that, those standards have taken innovation out in terms of us trying to come up with certain solutions in terms of building houses that are cheaper, maybe from local material and stuff like that. I think David had a very good experience with that where you, let's say, build these modular houses, let's say, using certain new products in the market. Now, that with the banks, I think they found it hard to evaluate those houses or to value them. And then as a result, the same house that's built in Windhoek should be built in Korea. And then, yeah, it makes housing very expensive and unaffordable. Same also now in Windhoek. It's difficult because the only thing that can change is change the price by using alternative materials or ways of construction. So as a result, the current standard that we have set, and we are failing to review it, and maybe trying to be more creative and receptive of new technologies. Yeah, it's currently difficult to build a house for 220,000 that is financeable. And I think the one main bottleneck as well is this. For an old house, for example, being sold, and then let's say it's not in a good shape, if you can put it that way, the bank can sell it for 200, can finance somebody for 200,000. There's some structure on it. The bank can say it's valued 70,000 because it's not in shape, but then they'll value the plot, then they finance 200,000. But for a new development, it's plot and plan. They wanna first look at what you're going to construct there before they value. So as a result, you can hardly sell a house for 230,000 because the bank will not accept the structure that is costing 70,000. Okay, I hope you get the point.
Absolutely, it's a self-reinforcing situation. And it's a conversation that needs to happen between yourselves, between William, you raised the point earlier, and the Bureau of Standards. Is the Bureau of Standards involved in this conversation about new building materials and the appropriateness? Because what the bank is worried about is that the house is going to fall down for good reason, right? Because they are funding it over a long period of time. We need to close this panel, but there's a question here. Let me take one question.
Sorry, I think it's more comment than a question. My name is Steven Yenes. I'm the Section 8 for Housing at City of Windhoek. Our experience on affordability is relative to your income. With energy, we've had that experience going into informal settlements. Our biggest challenge is not affordable housing. It's the fact that people cannot afford. We need to enter the space of social housing, number one. We also need to kill the mindset of single residential area. We need to go do walkouts. If you go worldwide, to have your own erf is a luxury. My experience working at City of Cape Town for about 5 years is that it's the element of I want my own erf. I want a Porsche, but I want to pay the price of a Volla, Volkswagen. That is the mentality we have. We have found that we have a number of people that earn nothing. They don't have an income. We have pensioners that are earning $1,300 a month. What do you give them? So that is the challenge that we need to address. Alternative building technology does not make housing cheaper. That's a myth. It makes it shorter. I've dealt with it. I can speak about it confidently. What the element is of alternative building technology certification. The bank will finance anything that is certified by a regulator. We've gone even to the extent of advertising the expression of interest for alternative building technology. Case study, Wound, houses collapse, alternative building technology. Not certified, not approved. So these are the things that we need to, yes, you address the regulations. The National Housing Policy already, the existing one, makes provision for alternative building technology. So there's nothing that's restricting it, it's a certification. The last element is my brother George mentioned it, is the engineering element. If you take shortcuts, you can make the house cheaper, but you face the long-term effect afterwards. There's a lot of things that are being done in the market to do shortcuts, to put the services in at a substandard standard, all those type of things to bring the cost down. Ultimately, you'll pay the price one day. So yes, it's easy to say, set your budget, your regulations, you want. We are seeing the result of infrastructure that was put in, not properly checked, not properly certified. It becomes a maintenance nightmare. So yes, your developer, you are gone. Us at your budget, we give houses away. If we don't check the quality, that person must pay that house for 20 years. They must pay that infrastructure for a number of years. You walk away, your liability sees the bank sits with the liability. So we just need to make sure we play the same game together. The last one, also government cannot handle the sector alone. We have currently, we entered into this space, informal settlement, building houses for 200,000. We have a default rate of 38%. So what does that tell you? Again, affordability. So if you share the land cost by making sure you spread it across people, you provide social housing, you address the lower end. You cannot have a scenario where 34% of the higher income, low income subsidizes 60% of ultra low.
I think the key thing in what you were saying was land. And I know to some of the land plot sizes, 1,000 square meters, that's a large piece of land. And to densify, especially since within this city, you're landlocked. We've got mountains on either side. So we need to move on. But everybody's like on the edge, ready to say something, and I don't know what to do.
Mine is 1 minute.
1 minute, okay, I will give it to my speaker first, I'll come back to you, sir.
No, I think I wanted to address something that is quite important. It is, as Venus was saying, there is a minimum standard when it comes to construction. There is a minimum of processes that we as builders have to take to ensure the quality of our products. Yeah, a brick is never going to cost you less than $3 or $4, and that's the price. So I think the only way to ensure more affordability is bulk, is to build bulk and to think into big scale project, because for us as builders, even for the financiers, if you take it one by one, it's not going to happen. If I approach Megabuild, which I've done before, and we tell them, hey guys, we want you to please extend our credit line. I cannot say like, please do it because we're building 3 houses right now. I have to come to them and be like, okay, we're building 100 houses. We're building 50 houses. So that's where I think it's just, it needs to happen on a bigger scale. Yeah.
Yes, my last comment would be, I think also one of the key areas that we can play strategic sort of intervention is around the taxes and subsidies of sort of, you know, the building materials, especially in the housing development, in the construction industry. There should be an element whereby, you know, if you are developing large scale project of homes, you must get benefit of tax, basically from the supply side and also from the demand side. Then at the end of the day, the question of affordability can be well resolved because, you know, then the materials is cheaper and it's easily accessible. And I think with that, we can be able to develop much more faster.
Okay, so we've heard tax as a subsidy as well. Do you have a last comment? You were the one that threw the rabbit in the middle of all the boxes.
I'm just happy that we provoked the conversation. Yeah, so.
Excellent. You want to make one last comment?
Yeah. I just wanted to address one thing, not a few things. Affordability is quite relative. It depends to who. And looking at the current market in which the property developers are playing, the issue, with an exception of Windhoek municipality, where there was a complaint of the delay taking 12 months, and I think Janice have addressed that. I think planning also must come in. That would I would also encourage that to the developer. Because if you know that it takes so long for Windhoek municipality, you should have factored it in. And if Windhoek municipality is really causing that, I think Windhoek municipality must also look into it for that specific market, because the market that you probably playing in is the academia. If I look at the Windhoek municipality record here now, it's not in the informal settlement that you are talking about, where we have a bigger problem of the 70%. In that market currently is purely government playing in. The only other sector that is participating there is the contractor doing development on behalf of the government. And that is the area where we do encourage structured financing from the current market to actually go in. Statistically, I think Vienna's indicated that they got a default rate of 34%. So which means there is a 66% that other players can play in. And that is where we are encouraging other players to come in. And for us also to know what is disrupting that market to go in. The other point, I think what developer have indicated is to say it is difficult to build a house for 250,000. Now, that also become relative. I'm asking myself now a question here. If government can do it with contractors in the market, what make it difficult so that we know what is really the problem? Because currently, government is currently doing that and not only talking about it, providing houses at that price for that market. Now, the property developers are saying they cannot do that. And in that market where government is now playing, where we don't want to play into it, because we wanted to introduce the product and let the market start running with it. There are probably now we are talking about 5 extensions, times 360 erven that are there. 70% of those who are bankable, that is the current market that is available there. And if somebody go to Windhoek municipality, it's a market where they can play in. Now it brings me to another point that David have indicated, to say maybe what is the problem? And I see that one of the missing links. Statistics are currently not available there for the affordability of that market.
Yeah.
Because for anybody to go and do property development, you need to do feasibility studies. Now, unfortunately, the Windhoek municipality is currently now starting to analyze loans in those markets and only to finance. So they're calling up clients for feasibility study basically to be done so that we finance those houses as it comes. Now, overall, it's probably not known as to how many people now who own those 5 times 360 urban can actually afford. And I think with maybe, I don't know how we're going to take on conversation from here, with a national housing information system that we are planning to develop, which have a component of the waiting list where we analyze also loans, because that is where we wanted to go. I think with what Roof Fund had done and the analysis that they have done, maybe it will assist also government to start publishing and say in which area, how many people is the demand. I think the problem that we have here is actually to assess what is the demand in the market and what is the affordability in that market. And then one critical aspect is that When we see a problem and we have a hammer, we say it's a nail. Now, the revision of the housing policy, if I look into it, since 1991, all those special purpose vehicles are provided for. The issue is the implementation, the appetite either from the market or the driver from the market. But what do? We see something does not work out, we say review it. I look at the 1991 and I look at the second revision. What changed into it? Nothing much. We polish up the document. I look at the current revision that we're doing, and I've been reading it and see what is the game changer. The only game changer that came in now, we are saying participation. We have all the number of workshops, and you don't see anything that's coming out to say, how are we going to get into that market? That will not come out. And that's what we need from you as the industry players to tell us what is missing from all the special purpose vehicles that are provided there, what is not making it work. Because we as government, we are playing part of it, and we see we can do it, maybe not at the extent, and we say maybe pass on the risk to us for the 35% that government is prepared to work in. Rented housing, is there no appetite for the private sector to do rented housing in the informal settlement?
I think what you've just said is exactly the point, and I was going to remind us of what Moses said earlier this morning. It's a question of risk. And in order to understand and quantify the risk, we need the math. So as you were describing what government has been able to deliver, what's the math underneath that makes that possible? You understand what I'm saying? So what are the steps, time, and cost? What are the costs of all of the details of that development project, and how was it achieved? What are the subsidies that were applied? Direct subsidies and indirect, and how do those fit into that? At the same time, the risk can be addressed by the data that everybody holds, to really begin to understand what is the carrying capacity of your target population. And those households are leaving footprints in everyone's databases. And so there really is an opportunity to pull that together. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we have lunch, and I think everyone has been so patient. And what you've done is created topics for discussion over lunchtime. So thank you very much. I'd like to invite all of you to lunch now, and we will go for about 30 minutes. And then we have 2 sets of discussions after lunch. And we really hope that you come back, because I think this is such a vibrant conversation, and we'd like to have it all happening here. So is there anything else?
I think just to encourage people to be back for the sessions, one will be with banks represented and speaking about what are they working on, what are they thinking about, and maybe also being on the spotlight for you to engage further. And the other one is about using technology in different ways during the housing delivery and financing processes. So it's just 2 more sessions right after lunch, and we look forward to seeing you back in the room.
Excellent, and thank you so much to the panel of developers.
Development partner. So that's what we call them companies. So we work together in unison, becoming shareholders in an SPV, where usually we take up 50% and then the developer keep the 70%. So we get the return of the equity that we employ in a project, and then of course we split the blue sky in that equation of 30-70. Usually, obviously, equity is subordinated by senior debt, and we come into the project unsecured. So our security in that aspect is the shares that we own in the SPV, and the fact that we have the stepping right should the developer not be in a position to continue or default, we'll be in a position to actually replace that developer with a new developer.
And just a quick question back to you, Jeffrey, does IHS's equity count for the 30% you're looking for?
Yes, it does, and it's not only IHS, it's also like we have been partnering Conan Steel and all the other equity partners, so it does count.
Great, good. Rian, let me welcome you to the panel.
Apologies.
Great. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, yeah. So yeah, I'm Rian Kilder, the head of Homelands. So my specialized environment is end user finance. So that's basically what I do.
That's great. We've been having a discussion about the full value chain of finance. And one of the issues that Jeffrey was raising as the financier on the construction side was the need for pre-sales.
Yes.
How do you engage with pre-sales, and how do you manage the support of a mortgage to a household when the house is not yet built?
Okay, so what we do as financiers, we look at pre-approvals. It's always good to link a pre-approval process to a specific development, because it just makes the task more easier. So what I like to do is, say for instance, if development come back to my section of the business, then we will look at pre-approvals for that specific developer, because there's a specific need in different environments. If clients get to the bank to apply for pre-approval, so then with that, together with the developer support, obviously, with that we will go to the developer and then see how we can sign up the clients with a contract to close the deal, basically. So what is also important in terms of developments is that the end financier, something echo.
Yeah, it's Zoom.
I used to sing, so that's maybe the shower. But so what is important for the end user financier is to make sure that the project finance is secured, because you cannot do all the work and the project finance is not sealed and secured, because that in essence is also going to waste the client's time, our time, and there's a costing effect on that also. So it's very, very important before we do that process for end-user finance to make 100% sure that the developers that the project is secured.
So you need to have lunch with Jeffrey and with Joe to make sure everything's going to be before the time.
Yes.
Okay, good. And actually, probably you want James there too, because you'd like to spread your risk so
Yes,
that you don't have market concentration.
Because James will ask all the questions.
I'm so glad we brought you all together.
Yeah.
Excellent, good. In terms of risk, we've heard lots about risk in the process, in the building process. Jeffrey, you said that there is you want to know what the cash flow is. I'm sure the developers would quite like to know what the cash flow is as well, because the process is a delayed process oftentimes. There's a lot of risk in the building process. Then there's also risk on the end user side as well. And we've heard this morning about households who have verifiable incomes that are differently shaped than we're used to. So they come in different phases, maybe not monthly, maybe they come seasonally, and so on. So there's all sorts of risks along the way. Let's first start with you, Jeffrey, how you do it on the supply side, and then we'll move to the demand side risks.
Okay, thanks, Kesia. I think before I answer that one, I need to make it clear that in most cases we will require 120% of the pre-sales. And the developer will say, but you can't even finance me 100%. So why do you want 120% pre-sales? So that is a risk on its own, because while we say a client that requests 5 million, then at least we need pre-sales of 6 million. So why do we do that? We do that because we need to mitigate the risk for any fall-offs. Because we will have pre-approvals of, say, 150 for a project of 100 houses. So in the process, some of the clients will cancel, or we move to another project, and that is what we try to manage, just to make it clear.
Belts and braces.
Yes. So when it comes to this, the bank obviously will oversee the project. We will have our valuator who's looking after, checking after the progress payments and all these things. So why do we do that? We need to ensure that the project runs smoothly. And also singing now.
I think I was getting too close to this.
Yeah, so we also have got our internal team that looks after that to ensure that the project has started off well and everything is running smoothly, so that we can ensure that the project is completed. So that is very important.
When you do that, do you ever come across the municipality in your inspections process? Surely you
Yes.
two work together.
Yes, the municipality is also part of the process because they are more at the final stage where they issue the completion certificate. So, but they are also part of the process. Yeah.
Question to both James and Rian on the demand side. So managing the risk of your client base, and it's twofold, right? Because on the one hand, it's a range of clients that maybe present particular risks because they're unfamiliar in the way in which they present themselves. But then the flip side risk is that if you don't engage with them, then you've got a much smaller market. And in fact, you don't have anything to fund. So over to you both.
Okay, yeah, I always believe you can create the demand by upskilling and training the clientele on the end of the day. As previously discussed by David, is you can go to a ministry or whoever, and they do not understand the requirements and what's needed by a bank to support with end user finance. So I think there's a lot of upskilling needs to happen, still needs to happen, and it's an ongoing process in the market to support the people of Namibia how to become a homeowner on the end of the day. So although we cannot afford it now, but what must they do to get themselves right in the nearby future? Because I mean, it's not a huge process. If you are over indebted or whatever, there's process. But if the banks can get in and also involved with, like David and team, only to do the upskilling, then that specific person can over a period of 5 years, for example, become a homeowner. And with the Ongos people with the rent to own project, there's a reason for that. It's all about training upskilling.
James, what would your approach be?
Just a comment on that as well. I think we've mentioned it quite a few times earlier in terms of data sharing, and that data sharing is extremely important, because if you have a central database of off-takers as financiers and end user financiers, you can essentially use that in your alignment with the property developer in terms of, listen here, let's create that demand, let's create what essentially your requirements are. He mentions 120% of pre-sales. So if that database is shared across various industries, in terms of the city of Windhoek having data, fund group having data, the Novella group having data. So that is all important as well, because with that you're able to sustain the market. With that you're also able to support the property developers and contractors as well.
Absolutely, and I would think too that like if I'm part of that 20% extra, but then all 100% show up, and suddenly I've pre-sold, I've pre-bought, and I can't get my house. So you want to have a database also on the supply side. Joe, the role of IHS holds so much of all of this, right? Because you're entering into a relationship with the developer, and you're also relying on the enabling environment that will make sure that the developer delivers to what your fund's expectations are, as well as what the requirements of the market are. How do you do that?
Maybe the one thing that didn't make a little bit clear at the beginning was that we also have something very exciting, our rental model, where we basically give 100% mandates to a developer. We sign an off-take agreement where we pick up, say, 135 units. We sign an agreement, we preempt the transfer of shares in an SPV once the development is completed. So that what we do is then we retain that rental stock and we put it out in the market on a very much affordable rate. We have created all these monsters that you see in Commercial, Oshamise, Okahanger, with some in Mandesha and Narabo. And these are doing very, very well. I mean, they go for $2,500 per month. And the occupancy level in those, especially the coast, it's actually those assets are quite stable. They are around about 95% occupied at this stage. So that's the exciting part of what we do on the side. But just to come back to your question, I mean, the situation around the risk is we're at the mercy of the debt provider. Obviously, we have a process of our own where we do a DD on the developer, and then of course anything else around the project, and make sure that it meets the higher rates of the fund. But then whatever the debt provider prescribe, we have to go along with that. It's a pre-sales of 120%. We should be in a position to actually have that as a CP to do our agreement with the DP.
And so in fact, the need for the 120% pre-sales is partly what would support your rental model as well, because then you become the purchaser.
Yeah, in that respect, the rental part of the deal is more dictated by ourselves, because this is usually a deal we do initially away from the capital provider or the debt provider, and then obviously we just bring a ready-made business case to them. And usually, I think they always say yes. You used to work for Nedbank. So they probably look at our balance sheet and they just say yes. So we never really had trouble. Yeah, that's just maybe from that perspective that look, that it's a business of unfortunately, especially for developers, it's skin in the game. You have to bring something to the table. You get 8 of and
Good, thank you. Are there any questions from the floor? Hot topic. Yes. You are?
Mine would be very blunt. And, I just wanted to check on you. You guys sit on those committees and you facilitate this credit facilities and all those. Having seen the data provided today, having checked what the market can provide, what is it that we are thinking in terms of branching out into those markets? That is the catch that we need to now start interrogating. And that's the conversation we must have. We've heard of the conversation of our conventional way of assessing our clients and the risk assessment and what qualification criteria they have, but the presentations today would have showed you that there is a market out there. The city of Windhoek has actually gone into that. The government is actually pushing the whole envelope, and they cannot do it themselves. They can do it alone. What is it that we as players need to start looking at? What is our thinking going forward?
Yeah, thanks. I'll have to stab at that. So I think to my earlier point as well is that the data is there. We need to be in a position to share that data across. Obviously, there's some regulations in terms of prohibiting some data sharing, but we need to get across that. We need to cover that hurdle as well, because as end user financiers, we want to create that demand. We want to be out there in the face of the consumer. We want to help in terms of providing that dignified home that people so much long for. And we need to be thinking outside of the building, as mentioned. We need to look at solutions that is tailor-made for our customers, that is tailor-made not only for our balance sheet, but also for the customer as well. To your earlier comment, Joe, in terms of IHS and their model, I was certainly involved in lots of projects with IHS as well. So in terms of rental uptake, there's an opportunity, there's a database. You can hone in on that database and see whether you can provide financing for that person that's renting. So that rent-to-own model is something that I think will be a game changer. And from a Lechejo perspective, we are certainly out there to pick up all of those things.
Okay, let's quickly go to Jeffrey first, and then we'll come back. This is our concluding note.
Yeah, thanks. So data sharing, it's one aspect, and what we have impact on, we had an initiative whereby we started to travel around the entire country in a view that most of the smaller towns, as they were perceived, they were getting out of that status. So in terms of the area of classifications, we had non-lending areas. So those were the smaller towns. So what we have done is that we have traveled around the country, and we've engaged a lot of respective town councils and town villages. So by now we have moved a lot of these smaller towns from non-restrictive to restrictive lending area, and that is our approach.
Yeah, I agree with what also been said. So the data is definitely there, but we unfortunately need to obey to certain regulations and compliance. I don't want to say hurdles, but there's reasons for that because of confidentiality, client information. So there are processes in place which we already put in place from Nedbank's side to get how can I say, the right to give that information through to a developer. That's what I like. I personally like to engage directly between the developer and the client and work around certain processes and systems to get that information through.
John, last word. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe just what I've learned, or what I might take away from here is basically what he shared, my friend there from NASA. That we have to understand that to a certain degree we have to go back where we used to be, social housing for rental purposes. In those days, there were the so-called the compound. Everybody remember that. If you in my age and older, I guess you remember that when the guys who come from the north and they would stay in the social housing. Just imagine if those houses were not there or those structures were not there, how would they have lived in these places? So we need kind of an entry level type of rental. What we have developed as IHS now at this moment in time, it's more middle income rather than really low income, I must be honest with you. But then our fund is now coming to an end, and there's an opportunity to actually do a second fund, which at this moment in time, we now have to look at going beyond or below what we provided in the market. And I think this for me is one way of maybe creating a certain level of responsibility towards paying for something, because we heard from the city of Windhoek that some people don't even pay for as low as $3,500 for a house. Maybe if we can start off as early as possible when people come to the urban area in a social housing, where they have a sense of responsibility towards paying for something. I think that's probably they're going to grow into confidence from there and understand that they're probably not going to live in the city.
Now I have so many questions. I think that I'm going to come to you right now, and then we'll close. The one question that I would have to you is, can you raise a fund, and can you bring your developers to do that, to go down market like that?
That's the plan. One of our institutional investors in the fund is GIPF. And they have a sense of feeling towards going below what we have done so far. It's GIPF and KFW that have expressed interest already getting involved in social housing.
That's excellent. And then before your comment, a quick question, but I have a question for you as well. Is that if there is a default rate of 38%, that's what they're scared of. And is that default rate an unwillingness to pay, or is it an unwillingness to collect? It's an important question, because if we're unable to collect from the end users, we're creating a sense that the end users are the risk.
Yeah. I don't know if I answered first and then the question. Maybe let me start with the answer first. We've seen that the installment is affordable, but previously the person did not have utilities that they were paying for, or like an improved property. So now your water bill is going up, the electricity bill is going up. Currently, most of the properties are not registered yet, so we're not charging improvement value. But that becomes the challenge. So when you do the affordability assessment, because we have a housing scheme, so all the beneficiaries that we're building for, we're funding them under housing schemes. They basically, we look at a third of the income, just as the bank. But then now the management comes in. That's the other, it's a consumer education that needs to happen as well. It's for the person to understand, I need to manage my shower time, I need to manage my interest. I'm just making examples. But a lot of the element comes in the fact that, I don't know for energy as well, but it's the fact that we are government. So you can't repossess our houses. That is ultimately some of the notion that is out there. So because it's municipality, we expect, and government, we expect that it's free housing. So that happens as well. But it's not a matter of collecting. We send out notifications, there's red notifications, blue notifications, yellow notifications going up. It doesn't help. Sometimes it gets delivered as well. So my question to the bank is, we're talking about equity and debt financing. What is it that, especially the ultra low market, listening to what was said now, how do we finance that market? Because these people are repaying over a period of time. They are not bankable. They're earning $3,500 a month. The equity that we're supposed to provide is the land that is invaded, where the people are sitting on. We need to service that land. And also, we can't repay the money until we get the money from the client. So the interest rate needs to be at such a level that we are able to afford the repayment. Otherwise, we'll default when we take money from you as debt financing. And that is the challenge that we are facing, that nobody is answering that question. I know FNB came with proposals. They gave us a proposal for easy bond. It's actually the first bank that came to us to give us a solution of 150,000. But also that person has to earn about 3,500 as well. And we don't want to have the scenario, yes, the land is subsidized by government, but we give these clients the house and they can't pay, and then the bank will possess the houses. So these are the middle ground that we are sitting on. There's no ultimate solution for that will be provided with.
Thanks. That's one of the greatest risks of a subsidy system, and how to design a subsidy system, because it creates a whole lot of perverse incentives as well. Would you like to comment on this quickly, and then we'll close because we have one last panel.
First. Okay, yeah. So yeah, in my mind, in that how do you call it, lower income, it's quite difficult, because normally I don't want to generalize, but normally those people are not employed like in a housing scheme, like with government or with whoever support of housing scheme. So unfortunately, you need to look at track record of that client, and obviously it's always better for a bank, or for us, for Nedbank, if the client is banking with Nedbank itself. So that lower the risk in terms of affordability and how easy and quick we can get access to that person's funds. Number one. Number two, I think it's once again a matter of trying to uplift that people, because we also believe that, especially in that market, all of us sitting here, to provide a home, provide a house, you will also support and provide dignity to that person. You don't want to get to that client and over 3, 4, 5 months time and tell, yes, because you cannot pay us anymore, you need to take your house back and put it in the market, because that's not the purpose of any bank. Our purpose is to support the client and to support the finance. Not to our job is not to repossess property. That's not our goal. I don't know if that answers the question.
Very, very quickly.
Yeah, I just want to add to what Ian says, that obviously from the shareholder point of view, we want to, and our mantra is to improve lives. I think the financial literacy of those particular clients in the ultra low, that's extremely important. And certainly we want to walk the talk in terms of being able to associate ourselves with that client, but also more importantly, be able to provide financial literacy for that client, because perhaps all they need is just guidance on how to draw up a budget, how to look at those things. But certainly from that aspect, we want to play our role in that as well.
It's an extremely difficult issue, because the risk of it is what makes you not want to lend.
Yes.
But you do need to start engaging in the market, and that will create the fluidity. I understand that also, is it Elmarie and Rosie from FNB? You're from Home Loans. And I'm sorry, we don't have time to, but please have a conversation, because they can also tell you what FNB is doing. Okay, can I say thank you very much for a really engaging panel. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on now. David?
I think
You want to take that?
I wanted to sort of moderate the last panel, but there is a panel we're skipping, but I still would like the two people who are here to give a brief comment to a question I have, which I think will add value to this last panel. If that's okay.
Okay, and in the meantime, then what we'll do is call up Lou onto the wall.
Yeah. So we can call up.
And can we call up the panel?
We can call up the panel. We'll introduce them in a bit, but Lucy, Samuel, Big Don, and Lou, who I think will be on the wall. In the meantime, I want to introduce two people quickly, and I want them to share who they are, what organization they represent, and answer an important question. I think Angela is here next to me. I want you to introduce yourself, but also to share a little bit, what is the product you're putting in the market in Vinted? What is that price? And how do you feel, based on this conversation, is the demand versus what you can offer, and kind of what is the dynamics of each of those?
Hello, everybody. My name is Angela. I work for the waterfront. I'm the sales agent at the waterfront. So we basically offer freestanding houses at the current, and we also offer sectional titles which are still to be built, as well as commercial. But with more on the housing part, we offer 3-bedroom houses, going for the price of 1,200,000. The pricing depends on, number one, the material that we're buying, and what we're offering basically in terms of, we're offering housing that's going to be built in a hub of commercial properties in terms of service stations and municipalities. So I'm looking at the fact that we're trying to accommodate people that can afford the commercial properties that we're trying to build. We cannot accommodate people that can only afford housing for 600, when we know that if we bring certain commercial properties, they will not be able to support those commercial properties. So in terms of demand, we get a lot of people that come to the area and see Kolakabda. So they think that the housing is going to be 600,000 or 700,000, which is not the target market exactly. So we are building more for people who are within 1 million and above. So then you find that a lot of people that come are usually government employees, unfortunately, because they feel like because they have housing loans, they can afford basically whatever it is they put their mind to. The problem is when people get employed, number one, they do not know what it is needed for them to buy a house. They get into employment and they start getting a bad spending pattern. So when they do go to banks, eventually they cannot afford because of the spending pattern that they have, even if they have housing subsidies. So in my term, it would be nice if government employees, especially their HRs, when you get employed, it would be nice if they could inform you on how to spend money, on how to budget, because you get there and you feel like you can't afford it because your colleague is affording it. But when you go to the bank, your colleague gets 1.2, you only get 800 because of your bad spending patterns. So if when someone gets employed, it would be really nice if HR could sit down with each employee that gets employed and actually inform them on how you go about buying a house, what's needed for you to buy a house. Because at the end of the day, you get there and you cannot afford it because of your bad spending patterns. So if you could create a database, like you said, that informs people on how you go about buying houses, then the affordability would be so much better for Namibians as a whole.
That's, I think it's very interesting because it's an area of the market we think of often as affordability, but even during lunch, she was commenting about how the vast majority of clients who come cannot afford it, and that's a product where they've looked at the servicing costs, like real estate costs, and so on. There's another person I really haven't loved engaging in my time in the housing space, Zakaria Kamati. This guy is an entrepreneur, but he's also a real estate agent, a sales agent on the ground, talking directly to customers every day. I mean, if you follow him on Instagram, you'll meet all the customers in the affordable housing space. He just spends time with them, goes out to the outings, goes out to the day. What is the hardest, I mean, Kamati, if you can just introduce yourself, but also tell us, what is the, in your opinion, the hardest thing or the most complicated part of buying a house for your customers? I mean, you deal with government employees all the time. They are looking for housing. Maybe just share the story of one of them when you introduce yourself, because I think we would all benefit from hearing your perspective.
Hello everyone, my name is Kamati Properties. I'm a principal agent in our company. The challenge is here, the most of the people who are purchasing a house. For me, I operate the whole of Namibia, for the region of Namibia. I don't look at Europe, I don't look at the north. I can sell a house in Mutapi, I can sell a house in Fia, but everywhere in Namibia. So what I see, the most of people who are buying houses are coming from it because they have a subsidy. And I always, when I'm looking for them, when I'm on Facebook where I advertise my house, my advert say I'm looking for the government employee. Why? They are having the benefit of subsidy that was not their pre-approval when they get the pre-approval. So a lot of people, they don't know anything about like where you go, how to buy property, what you have to do. So I help them from the scratch to do the pre-approval from all the banks, even Nedbank, the Standard Bank. I'm connected with all the banks. And then I introduce, and then I make sure I bring them what exactly you're going to do. Are you married? Are you not married? What is commercial property? I explain everything at the beginning to make sure they choose the right choice when they are buying the property, because it doesn't help anything somebody buying the property today, but they don't know what they buy from. At the end of the day, as you said, the bank will take the property because of what the client did not get all the information from the beginning. So a lot of that's why we have a report or some of the houses they are taken over by the bank because of on the beginning people are not been able to get job. But in my bank the houses, how many years am I going to pay and all this? How much of my installment and all that? So I end up doing the report for FNB whereby I have houses around the country whereby I'm selling them. To me, yes, they are not looking from the client, but I'm not happy because at the end of the day, because these people in the beginning, they will not catch up. Why am I buying this? Or how will it take me to own a property? To own a property in Namibia is very nice. It's very good. Houses are very affordable, but not everyone can have it. Especially in the entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur, but I don't know why. I sell, okay, let me say like I'm a self-employed. How can I, the bank, finance, how can I get the house? So there are certain requirements that you need to go through. You need to have a registered company so that the bank can able to give you a loan and then you can get it out from there. All I'm saying is that we just want the government at least to introduce this process of buying houses, especially in the beginning of like introduce it to school. Right? To buy property is only important to do this, to do all this. At the end of the day, because we have people who are still there, usually even our parents, they get their they have subsidy, but they wait for the pensions at the age of 60, but they cannot, that subsidy get expired. Just because from the beginning, they didn't catch up. What's the subsidy mean? What is helping? Yeah, so, but what I see also, the ministry that the government, most of the government are the ones that purchase most of the houses, especially the chickens and NDF now. The problem is they can buy, but they have the job now. That's normally it's supposed to give the loans and all this. So I'm also once like we introduce now a home loan where they are giving their clients. So to me, it's a good idea for them to introduce to them that hey, you can get this 100, but you can also get your pre-approval from the bank, and then they can have to purchase their house, especially NDF. Like let me say like Osona, I used to do Osona, but Osona was supposed to be, but a lot of them did not have to protect that because of the things on that.
Thanks very much. And I think that's exactly it. It's an education process, but you gave a great idea. I mean, is it being taught in schools? What does it mean to buy a house or a university? So I think with that context, we can pass on to Keisha to pick up our last panel.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm hoping that this panel will like solve everything, right? Because it's technology. So of course it must solve everything. Can I please call the panelists to come? Lucy, will you come and join? And Big Don, will you come and, are you part of this panel?
Yeah.
Yes, you are, good, good. And Sam? Excellent, and Lou is with us. And Lou, you're on the screen, we can all see you, so wave hello.
Hi, everyone.
There you are. We're going to struggle a little bit to hear, hey, but we're going to do our best to maybe, if I put this there, will that work? I don't know. We're going to see. Can we try this? Can you say hello? Lou?
Hi there. Yes, can you hear me? How's the volume?
The volume's not great.
Not terrific.
No, it's our problem on this side.
Is it any better now?
No.
Is it any better?
Yeah, that's a bit better,
Okay, great.
but I don't know if I can't get the mic to hear it. Can
I'll try and.
Lou, we're going to try and plug you into the speaker while
Okay,
we
great.
just do some introductions. Okay.
Okay, great.
So we've come to the last session, and as I said, my expectation is that you solve all of this. Because what we've been talking about is broken links in the chain, and lots of them. And that is indeed what technology should be fixing. So first, I'd like for each of you to please just introduce yourselves. And the first question that I have for all of you is about the role of technology in your own business strategy as an organization. And Big John, I suppose from your perspective, it's how it fits within your vision for national housing policy. But really, what is the role of technology in your own business strategy? And what does that involve? And why did you identify that as something to do? How should we start? Would you like to start first? And then we'll move on to Lucy and Sam and then Luke.
Is it first the introduction or?
Introduce yourself and then why technology? Why are we here? Yes.
Yeah, my name is Victor Konduta, Director of Habitat and Housing Development at the Ministry of Urban and Rural Development. Why technology? I think it goes without saying that if you are left behind by the technological world, which is creating a conducive environment for business to operate today, you will actually be living in the dinosaurs era. And I think as a government, we do not want to be dinosaurs. We want to move with technology. And if we can afford it, we actually want to be at the forefront of actually being the trendsetter in that market. But it will require a lot of innovation. And I think it will require a lot of knowledge in the field of IT and capacity building. But we will not be able to do it alone. We can only rely on the private sector because we acknowledge the fact that there must be a business sense for somebody to be driven to be in that field. And it can only come from the role players in the industry because we are just enabling. So as much as we wish to be the trendsetter, we acknowledge that fact, that the person who will be highly innovative is the one who is hard hit. And that is the private sector. So our role is actually to reach out to the private sector to get those innovations and to see how do we strike to get partnership that are working in the best interest of all parties. So, and I think a platform like this today created a platform where we have to look even further than what we thought was our limitation. We were busy working on the National Housing Information System. It started almost as a database. And the main drive to that was we could not understand and put the puzzle together as to why are we not getting the interest of private sector participation despite having all the regulatory framework. It was much more from the housing point of view. We as the housing directorate said, but what is really causing us to be there? And we thought, okay, maybe statistics is the issue. Let's start with an housing information database and understand how do we deal with the issue of land servicing, housing, providing support to the local authority, but what are we financing? What is the affordability? So those challenges started hitting us. Then we said, let's create a database. Then we realized the database will be a white elephant because for one, we will create it. As we look at all the database for all the consultants that were employed to do a research for a period of time, no one really go back and start reading it. Then we said, okay, yeah, because it was there, because we asked ourselves, we said, have we ever done a research and to try to find out how many people are employed? What is the statistic for government employees? And we went and see there were tons and tons of consultants employed to do that. But the document gets lost somewhere because it's not a system.
Then we said, okay, the system is the only way, because at least that will be a public, on the public domain. And you will be forced actually to update it, or we will find and stimulate the market to actually come and start playing into that market. Or alternatively, the market will sort it out like in South Africa, where you have a older report, where the market start relying on you, and there is a commercial market. So either way, if we are overtaken and a better system come up, by the end of the day, we as government, we want to see how did we enable the environment for the private sector to be able to deliver housing. So that is basically the key driver to that.
That's brilliant. That's so exciting to hear. Lucy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy Carey. I'm the Group Head of Program Lending for Lashego. So it's a pleasure to be here at KCI and quite an interesting environment in Namibia to stimulate this conversation, especially digitization. So digitization of lending is key for us. It's a key strategy, and it's very much evidenced by what we've done in Namibia with the Lashego Namibia team, which is basically on our app, we digitize home lending. So you can go in there and originate your home loan, be able to review and track it as the process is going through, the approval, the disbursement. And I think that's a game changer. So as we plug into what the ministry has said, we cannot talk about financial inclusion without a digital app. If you look at what mobile money has done in the region, that really is what has spurred financial inclusion. And so if we're serious about home ownership of the continent, then we must digitize the process. And I really like what the ministry has spoken about, having a digital platform. But we all must go further as the financial institution. It's building platforms that are open. And what do I mean by that? Building platforms with API capability so that we're able to plug to as many ecosystem players in the home space as possible. So yes, Cassia, we definitely do have digitization at the core of the Lashego strategy.
Good, thank you.
Samuel Kidden, founder of I'll go off what both of you said, particularly we've done, we live in a very large country geographically, and unfortunately there are a large part of the population that is underserved in terms of access to finance. I think our company in the beginning was a perfect example of innovating through getting hit hard. We learned that in order to sell a house, it would take us 6 months. You know, where's this client? He's living in another town. He wants to move back home. There's teachers that live in Inanna, but teach in Ogongo, and there's no service land in Ogongo. Yet the municipality has a list of the people that need housing. So the data is out there, the demand is out there, the salaries are out there. And yet we are still caught up in a catch-22 situation, right? Lenders don't want to finance somebody in Inanna because they're not really present there. We don't have a branch there. And if they send their mortgage application to Windhoek, I'm not saying there's discrimination, but their first take will be somebody in Windhoek where they're more comfortable giving a loan out. So when we use technology and we digitize this demand, first we're democratizing rates for the home buyer by creating a competitive landscape because the data is out there. So if you don't move quickly now, the other lender will take market share in that town. So I think technology is incredible. I think what we're building at Fundroof particularly is doing just that, is getting the information from municipalities and giving it to the developers. Because I mean, my biggest nightmare is that I'll borrow money from a bank and it'll take me an extra month to sell it, and those interests will go into my tiny profit margin that is what you make in affordable housing. So that's
So you're basically shortening, you're tying the strings together much more tightly, right? Shortening the spaces between each process with the technology that you have.
For sure. I think there were two agents that didn't really get to explain the full process of what it takes, but these two people in the room hustle harder than everybody else here. They have to print out documents, they have to go to that police officer, wherever she might be. They have to get signatures, and they have to send the documentation from Ruacana to Windhoek, potentially to a mortgage office. And then it might come back a month later and they might tell you you're missing a document. And when you send it back, your payslip expired. And when you send back your updated payslip, the developer maybe disappeared or your house is no longer. So we've spoken a little bit about affordability. I understand that on the lower end, there is some less feasible initiatives on affordability that need new solutions. But there are plenty of people out there who can afford a house and the supply is not there because the data is not accessible.
Thank you. Lou, where are you talking to us from? Hello.
Hi there. I'm talking to you from the United States, obviously, the state of Virginia.
Very nice to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Introduce yourself and tell us how you fit into this chain. I think that this is a very familiar conversation to you, and you've developed all sorts of solutions to engage in many of the problems that I think you've heard this morning. But over to you.
Yes, and interestingly, as Kessia knows, I attend many of these conferences, and like the pandemic, these ills exist in just about every market. You know, the reality is we are a technology company. We are fintech. So technology is not only our business model, but essentially it's a software that we've developed that is now being used to address many of the issues that are preventing affordable housing and housing in general from creating momentum in that particular segment. So we see the challenges that lenders have. We see the challenges that they have from the standpoint of risk, from the standpoint of aggregating new customers, and our technology essentially addresses those directly.
Lou, you're like me. You forgot to introduce yourself. I did too earlier.
Sorry about that.
But this is Lou Schulman, who's the chairman of the board of iBuild Global. And
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What I think what would be useful here is I made a bit of a joke at the beginning by saying technology is just going to solve all of our problems. Not so much of a joke, because I think that's what everybody secretly hopes and feels. And so what I'd like, and I'm going to start with you, Lucy, what is it actually that the technology does?
One is technology creates accountability, which is what the government is trying to do, and the developers and the financial institutions are trying to do. And what do I mean by that? The data is available, so we can see when we talk about affordable housing. Someone just raised it. I think it was the sales person, and she said that the cost of maintenance of that home. So if my utility bills are going to go up, am I getting green housing? So if I come to financier A, B, C, D, am I able to understand how my cost of living is going to be affected by me owning a home? So that accountability is there. The square foot that the developers are offering, how much per square foot that is. And most important is we're able to go into the database of the ministry that the city of Windhoek shared this morning, and be able to see that this is the gap. How do we fill that gap? But to the customer, which is the biggest hurdle, is that they're able to reduce their cost of acquisition. And what do I mean by that? They don't have to visit a branch. They can log into the app, do their self-eligibility, upload their documents, and then wait for a decision. And the only piece that will be missing, because most of the African markets are not digitized in that arm, is the registration of the title. So that will be the only piece that they have to visit an office to go do. So that really is a game changer, because anyone, no matter where they are, can be able to start their home ownership journey. And what is even most important is that they can hold off if they're not ready and be able to resume, for example, the Meshego app, to resume that application at a later date. Also, is what we're doing in the Shebo, creating an ecosystem. So they can come and see Atenu, they can see Ongos Valley, and they can make a comparison to be able to choose a house that best suits them. And I think that's important. And lastly, they can see the complementary products. So whether it's the plumber or the real estate agent, so affecting the ecosystem. As we mentioned in the morning, we're really keen on the ESG impact of us implementing affordable housing. How are we impacting the communities around us? Are we enabling the MSCs that sell the windows, the steel windows, the hardware shop that is selling the cement to be able to plug in so that we're spurring the economies within which we're building the affordable housing?
Okay, thank you. Sam, how does it practically actually work? You talked about somebody having to transfer their payslip a couple 100 kilometers to the next bank. How is it different in the way that you're doing it? Are you collecting it as a photograph, or you have technology that is receiving this documentation and digitizing it on site? And how does it work?
So I think we're in the early stages of that answer. I think it's evolving as we continue to work with banks and understand the parameters. Banks have different parameters, whether we're trying to find and say specific target market, it's not money 200 and 800,000, or whether it's a demographic parameter, whether it's a geographic parameter. For now, we've been trying to scan copies and create a digital submission that we can send to the banks. Goes along with the other question that you asked, I think what we're doing with technology is access, right? So somebody who is in Wakana that wants to buy a house, a police officer who has an affordability rate, and somebody that can't supply his house, usually has to courier that document to the. There's an extensive process. It's untraceable. It could get lost in the mail. We don't know when it arrives. There is no communication between one person and the other. And that's what we're merging.
And the digital copies that you're creating are acceptable to the bank and to the government? Are those verifiable? Big Don, how do you receive that? I mean, what we're hearing is that we're building almost a web of data providers, and we're wanting to link because your database, your information system linked with the database that Lucy has with her client base, linked with the database that the city of Windhoek has, which is saying how people are paying for their loans, linked with what all of those linked together creates a way to verify something that maybe this piece of paper was called appropriate verification before. Are you developing your systems to accommodate all of that linkage?
The system that we are developing is a system that can extract data from other data, and it is also extractable. So I think when we sort out the government security issue and what is required to be published to the public, that obviously will determine what information will be available to what user and maybe what permission or authorization certain user can get. I think one thing that I saw maybe missing in our Namibian, let's say, home in this property sector. I think consultation sometimes, whenever something is being introduced, I think the stakeholders who are supposed to participate at various platforms are really not, maybe the information sharing or the invitation do not reach. But I would say my experience from when we did the public consultation on the information system, the information and the stakeholder that I'm getting here today, it was even a shock to find out from David that they have already a database of the public servant, while we are with NSA trying to develop that database. So I think somewhere the stakeholders are really far apart. And I don't know whether the platform or the way we share information, even from government side, is poor, on which we really want to improve, because it can only be constructive criticism that we can get, so that we know at least how did we miss these critical stakeholders, like who are already advanced in this way. And then also from the banking system, I think when we did public consultation in Swapo, it is actually surprising that Let's-Go today is the first bank to say, how do we link into the system? The representative of the banks at that platform, none of them say, but this is what we want to do. Developers, none of them came and say, but in order for us to do feasibility studies in a certain market, these are the key indicators that we want to be able to play in the market. What do they want to see? I think it was actually up to us. I think from local authority and all those who participated, I think conversation was much more dominant there. Who came out and said, okay, for me as a developer, now is a local authority looking at their waiting list and what they want. But this is not necessarily the competitive edge that the developer in the private market would want to see. So, and I don't know how we are going to close that gap.
I mean, I think it's a huge challenge, and it's almost like you're stepping into a whole new world of way of doing things. It's a different plane of operation. And so would require different habits of the players. Let me ask this of you, Lou, because this is actually something that you would have addressed in a number of markets. I know
Yes.
you work in Kenya, but also in Mexico and in Indonesia and in India. Can you talk to us a little bit about market adoption and how you were able to engage in the market and really shift the way of doing business through the platform that you've been offering?
Thank you. So it's interesting hearing the comments from the government's perspective, because that is one of the central issues, is that, you know, you have various different organizations that are using different software that they've either developed internally or that they have licensed from, you know, the existing market. And unfortunately, those types of software are generally siloed. Why? Because they view it as revenue being taken out of their pie. Because of course, as you know, the best customer is the one you have. And this is a huge problem because it doesn't allow for the collaboration of data in a seamless way. And you know, I developed a platform economy specific to the housing finance and construction industry, specifically to address these types of pain points. But let me also say that this is just a piece of the pie. And it addresses a very important piece of the pie because obviously underwriting, origination, land transfer are all very important parts of the solution, but it doesn't address the real problem, which is the number of clients we actually can finance. And the reason for that is because there is a low level of confidence in the workforce, and there also is a lack of transparency. And, you know, don't use our statistics, use World Bank's. For every dollar that's spent in affordable housing, 50 cents disappears. So think about that for a second. If we could recapture 30 cents or even 20 cents of that as a result of corruption, diversion, poor quality work, how many more loans would you be making out there, and how much better would the assets be that essentially are being constructed? And this really, you know, when we look at housing and housing finance, we oftentimes look at it in a silo, where these are the things that we need to do in order for us to be more effective. But is that really translating into more production, and more individuals that can be financed? And generally speaking, the answer is no. And one of the main reasons is the large size of the informal sector. And of course, we know what comes with the informal sector: no data, no information on how much they earn, where they live, what they're spending it on. We designed our technology specifically to capture that data in real time, to manage those projects that are being built, to follow the capital that's being put into the market, so that the lender is assured that their money is being well spent, that the consumer is getting a valuable product with accountability, so that they have recourse against the contractor, they have a choice of who they can use. Of course, everybody being rated, including the lenders, and also a very important part of that. You know, when you create confidence in the market and you essentially are able to aggregate important data points, you get growth. And of course, mitigating that risk using technology is what it's all about.
Great, thank you. I mean, I think that that's the issue of market transparency, of elevating the activity of both the informal sector along with the formal sector, so that you can actually get a sense of the competitive market and who's operating. And Lou, some of what you've spoken to also is about really being able to reach as far down market as we've been hoping to address in this conversation.
Yes, and Kessia, let me add one other thing. What's been very important to us, although we obviously work with both the private sector and the public sector, having government participation can speed up the process. Why? Because, you know, they're the regulator, and it behooves the government to participate using our technology, because they, more than anyone, want to know if their policies are effective, if the rules that they're making are actually helping the housing industry or they're hurting the housing industry. The only way you can know that is through production, through efficiency, through how much money is actually being invested in the market, where are the jobs being created, where are the gaps in those jobs? How do we ensure that when we're injecting money into a market, that it's lifting up all ends so that production can increase and it's not just disappearing in a vacuum?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what you're raising as well is making me think, Big John, you're within the Ministry of Urban Development, is that the right term? Yeah. And linking that to what other departments in government, the work that other departments in government are doing in different spheres. Are you connecting your data efforts into the work of the other spheres and departments in government that participate in the housing value chain? And are you finding cooperation for your innovation within government?
Yeah, maybe to start off with cooperation. I think cooperation, you will always have a challenge. It's an endless problem. You will find people protecting their territory. Like even some municipality that we intend to assist, you will find them being conservative and keeping their data. Because the issue, when you start talking about transparency and introducing something new, one way or the other, if somebody does not know if there is punitive measure or how it is going to reflect, you are likely going to find objections. But there will not be those who are going to embrace it. Now, when this system comes alive, and we are going to populate the data, so it will also be for the local authority to enter the information, and it will be accessible at higher level, even at the ministry level, so that they can see live data. But I believe, like any system from the beginning, you will find those who are reluctant to enter the information, maybe for the lack of knowledge. We are not having the same competency in terms of IT. Training will be required. There will be those who will be lagging behind, but cooperation will be there. So I think to test this pudding is only once it is actually on the market and we start eating it, and then we start seeing what is really coming out. But I think generally, objection will be there. It's a matter of how are we going to drive it. And also from the private sector, if the interest is so high up, that the private sector get the interest into this system, it will actually be driven because the more we are actually held accountable and the private sector asking certain information and even to the local authority, it will just be a reflection to that local authority to say, I have to shape up. Because the queries that are coming against that local authority that they are not developing, delivering land, or their data are not up to date, and even clients whose information are not signed off, because when somebody apply electronically, and then let's say the clerk who is actually capturing the information does not pass it to the next system, those complaints we are going to start checking, and those complaints are either going to be live, so that we can start asking questions and say, but why do you have so many complaints of people who have applied and they are not in the system? But now currently we have nothing to assess that, because an application gets done manually, and then you end up with a complaint and you go look into the archive of that local authority, and then unfortunately it's lost.
It sounds like the two of you have the same hymn sheet. I think that's right. I can't see if Joe's still here. One of the things that we're doing with International Housing Solutions in Kenya is looking at their pipeline of projects that they've received and analyzing the rejections and trying to understand, first of all, how many potential units have been rejected and how much potential investment has been rejected, for what reasons. And some of those reasons are related to the state. So they're about land, access to infrastructure, and so on. Some of them are related to the developer themselves and their capacity. Some of them are related to pricing. So even the bad news stories are useful to share, and we can share them nicely. But in a way that really stimulates engagement, because ultimately all of the stakeholders within the state want to see better delivery, and through the system, by making things more transparent and sharing it, we're able to see that. Are there any questions from the floor? Yes, sir. Very far away.
Mr. Computer, tell me one thing. What is the level of that system? National, decentralized? You made a good comment with regard to coherence, the consistency, and system talking connected with each other. Not only the technical level, but the policy level also. Now, this is a question, Mr. Berwani, you tell us the time frame of the revising of the national housing policy. It's very interesting, because policy directs our actions. Good that we have a policy in place that's informing our way forward.
Maybe to start with the last one, the timeline for the national housing policy review is actually at an advanced stage. What is pending is the input from the committee of ED, which is already done. The deadline was on the 15th. From there, we will present it to the committee of ministers. But nevertheless, the revision must not be the hampering, must not hamper us from reforming. If I recall this morning, I stated that there are very minor changes in the policy. Because whenever we see one problem and the hammer is the only tool we have, we think that that is a problem. And I have looked at that policy and I look what have we done. The only thing that we have really brought out as a game changer now, the previous policy was much more focusing on government to deliver. This one we are saying we want to be enabler as a government. And the enabling part, I think in that policy is what I've been seeking here today to say, how do we enable the private sector? Because I think that part, even during consultation, that it have already gone through different consultation, even in March, maybe under correction, is it January, Mero? January, we had a national consultation where every stakeholder was invited, the banking sector. But up to now, we still do not have that piece of the puzzle to say, how are we as government going to enable the private sector? Can the private sector tell us as to say, how do we put that in our implementation strategy of that policy to say, in order to create pipelines, this is what we need from government. Or alternatively, for the government to enable us to play in the market. This is what we need. I think on our own accord, we thought data is an issue as it came out here today. But we expected that input to come at least from the private sector. Now, we have now again as government, all those key points and the dots that you are trying to connect, but now we want to hear from the market. How can we connect those dots, the policy, the part where we say we want to be the enabler, to assist you as a private sector to put it into that policy for you to be able to execute. If we can get that.
You're here. I think the danger is that we have, and I've seen this in South Africa, and I've seen this in so many other countries where there's a sense that the private sector deals with this market and the government deals with this market. It's one market and they need to work together. And levels of engagement perhaps are greater or lesser depending on the market by different parties. But it's one market, especially if we want to see the growth and development of our populations such that people can move and grow through those different segments of the market. I'm very interested in the notion of small scale providers as well. And I think that that's something that iBuild works quite a lot within other countries. Sheko, I know that in Kenya as well, you're working with small scale landlords. Very exciting work, because both on the demand side and the supply side, there are players who are unfamiliar to the more conventional frameworks for delivery, whether that's building plan approvals within the municipality or loans that come from the home loans division or the commercial loans division, and so on. And so there's really a need to work together across the single market. Is there, this is my last question.
There was a question that I did not answer for you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
This is questions.
The other question that you asked, how integrated is the system? The system will be integrated. That's why I pointed out earlier to say, we will be able to extract data because we take cognizance of the fact that, like the Surveyor General will be using a geoportal system. And in order for us to link a parcel of land to this system, we must be able to extract those data from that system. Now, whether it is centralized, it's not going to be a centralized system. I think the ministry at most will probably have a reviewing section, unless as we are planning to do, like the sale of land, we are thinking of it being electronically, but we are saying that the ministry will only be able to approve at the required level. If it is ministerial approval, it's for the minister to approve, but not for us to enter the land, because the custodian of the land is with the local authority. So the whole process of actually entering data as to the application being submitted, because this application, the applicant can do it electronically. They will choose the specific town in which they want to apply for land. And then the CEO of a NANA town council will have an administrative component to the administrator on the ground for the CEO to have the final signature of taking this application. So the whole system will be sitting there. So the ministry will only have access to look at and where our necessary approvals are required to do those approvals. There is an important part that came that we thought about it, but not in the essence of what I hear now from what is happening in Kenya. How developments are approved and how they are rejected. I think our concentration with our system was concentrating on the improvement of land to say who have developed it, which services are there. But I think what I'm learning here today is another critical part to say, if there are PPs being applied for, why are they rejected? In which area were they applied for? So this is probably something, not probably, I think it's a requirement, because it will create a pipeline even for a private sector. Because the pipeline that we were trying to develop, and I think the way it came out from consultation on during the informal settlement upgrade, is that the emphasis was much more, government must put in money. But then we ask ourselves, if there is 70% of the market debt, let's say 64%, that are bankable, why must it be government? Now, if we take the backlog of 300,000 that you are talking about, and we take an average of the house that we say that it cannot be constructed for by the property developer of 250,000, that is actually a 75 billion market we are talking about. That's the minimum. If we say now that is the area where nobody wants to go. Now, how are we going to develop this 75 billion at the minimum, which can actually go up to 1 trillion, or probably 2 trillion if you take the market of the houses that are being sold for 800,000, 900,000 and above. So we're actually talking about a 2 trillion industry. So there is potential. The question is, how are we going to put our heads together to play in it?
Absolutely. Gabriela, that was, you were saying, scale. That's what we need to achieve. So I have one last question to close the panel, and I'm going to start with Luke, because you can then offer us the international perspective, your experience from having worked around the globe. Technology, is there a problem that technology has not yet solved, and are you working on it?
Well, the problem that technology has not solved is vision. And that is a problem that innovation faces on a regular basis. When you introduce something new, getting organizations to adopt oftentimes can be a challenge, because they're focused on the here and now. For private companies, it's bottom line, how much money can we make now? For governments, essentially, they have the most difficult time because it requires them to allocate resources that oftentimes they don't have. But essentially, a collaboration between the public and private sector is essential to solve this problem. And only technology can do that, meaning only technology can bring the two together in a seamless execution. And that's what's really important. Are we building a pipeline of new customers for the future? Because, once you've made 3 loans to the same customer, you're done. They have no more credit worthiness. And essentially, we're just regurgitating the same customers that we've essentially been lending to up until this point. How are we developing this new paradigm of customers, and how are we creating that funnel? That's the real challenge, is getting, public and private institutions to be a little bit more visionary And when they approach things like pilots, remember, a pilot is something that's done to include and exclude things that work and don't work. If you go into adopting new technology and you don't have an open mind about what potentially the results can be, it makes it very difficult when someone is predisposed to think something's going to fail before it actually gets a chance. So what I would say is it does require a significant amount of force within an organization to find a solution that actually does solve those pain points. So that would be my narrative. And we're seeing that obviously in a variety of different markets and a variety of different very large MFIs in Africa, in Mexico, now with the housing ministry, who is the largest lender in the country, almost 7 billion US annually. Programs like PMAY in India, which are seeking to build 30 million homes in the next 10 years, that can only be done when everyone is rowing in the same direction. If you're not, it turns into a mess.
I think part of that vision thing is also something that you can provide by sharing experiences and showing what's possible. And if everyone can do that, but yeah, to that point. Sam, can I pass on to you? I'm asking the same question.
Yeah, I think you touched on a great point. I think it's adaptability. It's merging the gap between private sector and public sector, and the fact that people have to be rowing in the same direction, and it's a multi-step equation. I think there's a lot of players in the process that have to be rowing in the same direction, right? So the Chego and Fundgroup could have a partnership and reach a certain limit unless we can get other people involved. Organizations in this kind of context with specific topics and goals in mind. So we can be specific about our intentions and effective.
Great, thank you, Lucy.
I think number one is a challenge that came across this morning, and that is the city of Windhoek shared data with us and challenged everyone in this room, because we are all stakeholders, to move our eyes from the middle class and focus on the ultra low and ultra up. How do we do that? So as we all go back, how do we make sure that that group is financially included in the solutions that we bring to the market? Whether you're a developer, whether you're a financial institution. And the data is there. The government has done a wonderful job in giving it to us. So how do we build innovative products that suit those needs? The other thing is, how then do we hold ourselves accountable within timelines to see impact of conferences such as this? So 3 months down the line, when Cassia writes back to all of us to ask us, what have you been up to? Can we all challenge ourselves that we will have something positive to report back? And so it will not just be another AUHF seminar in Namibia, but it will be the AUHF seminar that made a difference in improving the lives of our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Victor, would you like to have a last word?
I don't know whether it's the last words.
Yeah.
Because I don't think, if I say it's the last word, maybe is to say I'm open to receive, so that at least we can improve on what we have. I think as Lou said earlier on, is that technology, innovation is the key. And my philosophy is always, I'm probably one of the guys who do not believe into a trial project. Because when you set yourself for a trial project, or you say you're doing you're first trying it out, it's almost like you are really not full force going, because you want to iron out, but you will continuously keep on improving and innovating, because your knowledge today The knowledge that I have in the direction where I wanted the information system to go has completely changed me. And I believe somebody is going to say, I'm so inconsistent when I'm going to demand more inclusion on the system, because that's what it has to be. I must improve every day. Every day I must improve, and I must keep on adding to that system to make it better, to reach to the level of others. And even if I reach the level of others, I must go beyond.
I'm with you. Great. Well, thank you so much to this panel. Before I hand over to David, who will give us our closing and wrap up the day, I would just like to recognize we have on this panel, we have 3 members of the AUHF. We have Atenu Developments and Fundroof together. We have Itzeho, and we have iBuild. We have another member of the AUHF, well, a sister of a member of the AUHF, First National Bank. FNB South Africa is a member. FNB Namibia, we would love to welcome you to be a member. We would really love to welcome all of you to be members. And please do think about it, because your membership makes it possible for us to do more, to be able to come here, to be able to share wider Namibian experiences with other countries across the continent, and those experience with this country. Everyone has a pamphlet on your table in front of you. Take a look at it. There's a very strong partnership between my organization, the Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa. And just to introduce myself now, after all, I'm the executive director of CAF, and my team, Luther Jubani, research manager responsible for Southern Africa, and Tandiwe Dlamini, who is also the coordinator of the African Union for Housing Finance, because we run the secretariat for the AUHF. And we'd really love you to just come join us. We have a great conference planned at the end of November in Egypt. You want to come to Egypt, right? And the focus is on a green urban future for affordable housing, so highly relevant. And we would love to see you there. Please be in touch with me, with Tandiwe, with Luther, with David, who's the head of our membership committee. So in fact, and we'd love to have you join us. So thank you very much. And I'll hand it over to you. Thank you to my panel. Thank you.
My comments are brief. I think we've had a lot of comments and heard about a lot of the things we're all working on. I think there are a few people in the room who we didn't get to hear from. And I hope that it was just because of the format in which the panel was created, but that definitely you will find ways to engage, if you haven't already, right before you leave. I think Lucy left us with an amazing challenge, which is this a conference just to get together and have another conference to do it again? Or is it an opportunity to actually come together and say, I remember your face, let's reconnect and let's do something about this. I personally had that experience 3 or 4 times today, which I think is exactly why we do these things. And we use all these topics as an excuse to get back together and to get back in the agenda that each of us have. So really take that as a challenge if you're a developer to re-engage with financiers, whether it's on the development finance, and the end user finance, or beyond, corporate finance if you're that big. But if you are the city or the ministry, I mean, you've had some amazing opportunities to touch base and see and feel what is going on in the market. Take this on. The city of Windhoek is doing great things. Sometimes we think that because there is a building there, an appointment hasn't been made, you cannot make it happen. Now you have the opportunity to get the contact details to learn more and to make things happen. And even between financiers and the city, which is not obvious and the normal type of link. And just to end, I mean, it's a bit of a recap. One of the reasons we wanted to have something happen in Namibia this year is I'm personally very fortunate to have joined the AUHF because I attended one of their conferences trying to learn more about housing. And I did that 4 or 5 years ago. And I snuck into the room where they were having a board meeting and I kept asking questions. And then when elections came, I put out my name and I got elected into the board of the AUHF. And sometimes you just gotta put yourself out there. I mean, I'm a living example and I feel it every day that when I put myself out there, things start to happen. I'm sitting on the board of AUHF with CEOs of Nigeria Finance Remortgage Corporation, Kenya, Tanzania, the head of FNB for all of Africa for FNB International for home loans. These are incredible people, but also an incredible network that has given us the confidence to go back and work harder, but also to be able to find solutions to things we're working on. So, whatever you're doing, whether it's at a local bank level in the home loan sector, or you're just a small developer like we were or are, there's an amazing opportunity for you to network in the continent. And just because Namibia has a smaller ecosystem in the housing space doesn't mean you cannot be part of a bigger one. So really take advantage of that. Even if your organization doesn't think, oh, you know what, we don't have a budget this year to be part of a UHF, you can join for a very small fee on an individual basis. And we've had a lot of people just apply individually as professionals to say, hey, I want to be part of the AUHF and participate in these things. So with that, I just want to say, carry this forward. This was all of our sessions. We're extremely lucky to have found Lucy and to have come together to get Let's Shego, who's innovating in new ways and also a newcomer to the housing space to want to put this together. Obviously, CAF and the AUHF. I know Samuel and Nelson from Atenu have worked endlessly to put this together and reach out to you and really find an ecosystem that we can leverage. If you think somebody missed out on attending this, share more about what happened. Tell them about people you heard about and companies that are doing things and even about the AUHF. So I don't know if there's a bus. Yeah, so maybe Nelson, you want to make an announcement about that?
Yeah, I want to say thank you as well. Thank you very much. It was a very effective event. Right now, we will be Kahanja Park for a site visit of one of the houses built by the Chef Jonas Federation. I think that's the reason to say thank you.
Yeah, it's really, if anybody's interested and you have time and you want to go see something that is different, that is not the typical commercial housing stuff, I think Shack Dwellers had reached out saying they would be interested in showing it. I think a bus has been organized and it is outside. We're trying to identify the last minute logistics of the person that's receiving there, given that we were a bit delayed. But if you're interested, just stay back and let's hope that you can enjoy from that. Otherwise, have a great day. And I think we look forward to sending out an email saying thanks for coming from an AUHF perspective so that we can all stay connected.